gonna build there 4 miles north of Elmwood. Have you been by there on K-15?
I have not.
They have leveled about 5 acres of ground out in the field. Got dirt stacked up 10-foot high,
Yeah.
berm all the way
Okay,
around.
so
I tested this earlier and it worked fine.
Okay.
Well, yeah, they've been
I don't know
talking
what
about a
happened.
slaughterhouse. That wouldn't be a good hit. It's the county approved permitting on one. I just figured it's probably gonna be out there in that industrial park, but
Yeah.
heck, this is 10 miles south of Abilene.
I'll find out tomorrow and text you.
Or is it another lay-down yard? You'd know about that though if it was.
Okay.
They've already got signed.
Yeah, it'd be a lot bigger than that.
It'd be bigger than
That addition to that, to our program, the one north.
Well,
This
This conference will now be recorded.
that one.
that. It's all different.
Who has their computers here?
Cousin.
Is it you, Jen? Okay. Okay. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Gonna start this meeting a little different. I'm making a motion right off the get-go here for all county employees, office, and anybody to dress accordingly to the weather, as long as it don't violate our policy to, just like our policy says, no names. I don't know what all the rest of it says, names, advertising and things like that. What else does it say there, Tina, about that?
I don't have that right in front of me, I'm
But
sorry.
all of our employees can, and for the next 2 weeks, to dress according to the weather, stay warm. That's my motion. Anybody have any conversation about it?
Good idea.
Generally want to stay warm, yeah, I'll second that.
Have a motion by me, second by John. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. I just wanted everybody to be able to dress warmly, and this weather's inclement weather. It's a little tough times, so.
So I think what you were asking is like we stay away from like rips and tears in your pants and,
Yeah, but if
and
it's
anything offensive, like.
Offensive language,
yeah,
things
right.
like that, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
All right.
But just dress for the warmth. Try staying warm so everybody can.
Okay.
All righty, you gonna start off with a COVID report to start with?
I can do that, yes. I do have a written report this morning from Deidre. She says as of 7:30 a.m., we have no new cases to report since the press release on Friday. Testing seems to have slowed down, and we do have some results pending. Marion County remains in the red since November 1st. However, the percentage is decreasing. The rolling 14-day positivity rate through January 30th is 11.6%. Vaccines are arriving weekly from KDHE. We are to be receiving 200 prime doses this week and 200 booster doses. With the 200 prime doses received last week and anticipating the 200 for this week prior to Wednesday, we plan to vaccinate 400 individuals aged 76 and older on Wednesday. We have conducted 2 points of dispensing, or pods, at the Marion County Fairgrounds in Hillsborough, giving COVID-19 vaccines to residents 80 and older. The next pod will be on February 10th, and the location has been changed to the Sherry Fleming Center for the Arts at Tabor due to inclement weather. Currently, vaccinations are by appointment only. Thank you to the hospitals and other businesses that have assisted with the pod. Also, thank you to the county commissioners for their assistance in allowing other county offices to assist. The clerk's office is assisting in scheduling appointments. I have received requests from firemen and districts. Firemen are essential. I respect and thank all of the firemen serving on the various districts for their service. In Marion County, the average age of vital statistic verified deaths due to COVID is 81. At this time, I feel that we need to help protect our most vulnerable population first. As increased vaccine becomes available, we will continue to move through the groups listed in phase 2 of the COVID-19 vaccine prioritization, and as soon as vaccine becomes available, the firemen and districts will be notified. Wanted to point out that the press releases will be Tuesdays and Thursdays rather than Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Once the pods are completed in March, the schedule of reporting may revert.
Okay. Anybody have any questions or comments? Dave, is everything going with you okay on for this coming Wednesday, as far as you know?
But don't know what's gonna happen.
Okay.
Yeah, up at the fruit basket, and we're starting over again, and hopefully there won't be many people requesting shots in the car this week.
Right, because it's going to be nasty weather and whatnot. I guess.
Parking will be more organized because there's lines in the parking lot.
Yeah, if you can see them.
If they gotta stay in their car, it's probably best to do a scheduling somewhere else. Because it's not gonna be a place to do a shot in the car for this
Yeah.
one.
There's no windbreaks.
And as you heard, or was it said in there, we're going to move, where it's moving to?
Yes.
Sheriff.
Okay. Directions. Jonah, you're from Hillsborough. I mean, would you attempt to give directions, or what would be the best scenario for people to get prepared to find it?
I think Randy Frank should be in charge of maybe getting the local police or the county deputies to be at the fairgrounds to redirect people all day long. Because everybody was told to go to the fairgrounds, and the health department did not have time to call people back and tell them different.
We had already started phone calls to people, 100 phone calls or so, been made out to people already, and that was to give them directions to go to the fairgrounds.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it was changed, and we feel that people from Tampa, people, out-of-town people, unless they're Hillsborough people, is gonna have a tough time finding the Sherry or Fleming building. And so, that's,
I could sit down there.
Well,
I'd have to tie up deputies.
I don't know who threw the monkey wrench in the deal. Probably needs to sit down there and fix
No.
it.
I was thinking we should get some of those road closed blinkers from the county and set on the corner there turning to Table College, just to get people's attention. Is that Lincoln Street?
Lincoln Street, yes, is on the
Yeah.
west side,
You
yes.
gotta get permission from the Hillsborough Police to put up.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, there's quite a few things going on here.
Yeah,
So
we're
we're trying to get the people to the Sherry Arch Fleming and stuff, and then also people out there, and,
I don't know what Randy had planned.
That'd be his, what he needs to be taken care of,
Yeah.
though.
I will touch base with him then.
We can get some more signs made, but I haven't heard from Marcy or Randy either one.
I will touch base with him today and see what he's got going there. And
He'll be in the meeting.
he'll be here in just a little bit, so we'll talk about that when we get there.
Yeah, we're starting over again, planning.
Yeah.
Well, I think that there are some real basic directions that are being given when we're scheduling appointments.
Okay.
I was gonna go get that so I could tell you, but they're all using their sheets right now,
Okay,
so
okay.
I'm not gonna do that,
Yeah.
but,
Was it directions off of D Street? Is that?
I think, I don't know,
Okay.
I'm
It's-
sorry.
It's directions from the fairgrounds back.
Back.
Yeah. So.
Oh, so we're not, we haven't been giving that out when we're scheduling, we're just
Okay.
telling people the
Okay.
new, the location and a real basic idea of where it is.
So
Okay.
are you guys scheduling for this week?
Yes.
Okay.
Those-
I mean, we're just doing some, a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's doing a little, man. It
Yeah.
takes lots of people.
Okay, well.
And it's working great. I mean, we did 170 the first time and over 200 the second time.
Yeah. We'll touch base again with Randy here in just a little bit then. I'm gonna move ahead, 'cause it looks like our schedule's, except for Rob's checked out on department business, he's not coming.
Right.
Road and or administrative business, Dan.
Okay. In your packet, you had some informational items. You had the senior citizens, Marion County information in your packet. You had asked me to put the Prairie View budget request in your packet, and it is in there for your review. Janine Bateman also had provided quarterly reports from her office, and that is in your packet. Okay, we do have some change orders, and I'm not sure if I was given that folder, so I need to grab that real quick.
Couple, going back to the reports, as you know, on Prairie View, have you issued that check for that first quarter?
We issued the check for the first quarter based on last
Right.
year's budget amount, not on the new request.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't go ahead and advance the first payment off of the total amount that was budgeted.
Well, if the board's ready to make a decision on whether to increase the funding amount from the previous year, then
Let's have a little conversation since it's been brought up here.
Yeah.
Okay, we just for example here, what's gonna happen is, we put a truck driver in at $16 an hour, and we have a whole lot of other county truck drivers that's upset. Now, we jump to this item, and we're just gonna, just because they come in and ask for $30-some thousand increase, and, you know, no discussion's ever been taken on settling that. I mean, what happens if everybody just comes in and starts asking for this kind of money? I mean, I think we need to be responsible and take it in. I'm not saying they don't need it up there. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, can we, the taxpayers, handle this kind of $30,000 increase to this service? And what if CDDO wants $5,000? I'm just, maybe there's a lot of these people don't ask for much more because they feel they're you know. So
I think we need to look at what the priorities are, though. I mean, physical health and mental health are the two big things going on right now. And
It's an unusual year.
yeah, like I say, it is an unusual year, and some of these we can't bump them. I understand that, but the caseloads for mental health are probably going to do nothing but go up. From what I've seen, what I've heard, I didn't realize that Prairie View was even working in the elementary schools. That was new to me, and I guess it's a big issue. And so, you know, I think we need to find a way to do it.
1 year deal then?
Well, yeah, 1 year deal. I mean, we have to look at this as an exceptional year. I don't know, that exceptional year will go another year, who knows? You know, everybody says when everybody's vaccinated, there won't be a problem. Well, I'm not sure of that, but
Yeah.
but none of us know.
No.
But it's in an exceptional year, and I would be in favor of doing it on a 1 year basis and finding a way to do it.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, we're still below the state average, you know, per person.
But this would bring us up to the state average.
Right.
It wouldn't bring us, it would actually,
Not really.
Last sentence on the report. What's this there? Page 9.
I've got page 4.
yeah, page 4.
Okay, sorry.
Page 9 on the packet.
Sorry.
So if you look at the top.
Okay.
9 of 96.
Page 4 report. There we go.
Yeah, I saw that.
So that would be the $775 per capita.
Yeah.
I agree with Kent that the mental health aspects are so important, not only in the schools and not only in the community, but even get into law enforcement issues.
And I
It's
guess-
just a big issue.
And I guess, you know, being that they're willing to serve the uninsured and underinsured, which some places just won't do it unless you got cash in hand. But yeah. Anyway, that's where I'm at.
Okay. Okay, So it is budgeted, the budget was figured with it. There was never, again, probably one of our downfalls of not discussing it before it's put in the budget. Just because they ask, I mean, there can be a lot of requests.
They do have a new director, and at some point, I'd kind of like to hear from the new director. Of course, budget will be coming up again.
Yeah, right around the corner. Yeah.
But they do have a new director.
Okay. So,
They did come in and present this.
yes,
Right.
yes.
Yeah, they
yes,
always.
Yes.
I mean, I remember that before, I'm just making sure everybody else remembered it. Now I can see this.
And I understand they're not the only mental health provider in the county, but they are the largest mental health provider.
Look at, I don't know how many jobs they have here either.
Quite a few.
Look at that from that aspect. They're skilled jobs, they're not minimum wage jobs either.
So with that being said, do we have, well, I'd make a motion to go up to the 93,000 for 1 year and look at it in budget time.
I'll second.
Do you want that 93,000 even, or the 93,798?
798, the presented amount
Okay.
for this year. To go ahead with that. Dave, second.
Yes.
Yeah, discussion.
Amendment to that,
Okay.
we already had a check ready to go, so we make sure that one is, or are we gonna go four quarters from now, or do we wanna go back to the previous quarter that was already produced?
What would be the easiest way? I mean, you already have a check for this quarter. The difference between that's probably 4 divided to 30,000 by
I
4.
don't think that you necessarily have to have that as part of your motion.
Okay.
But we can do it either way. So we can figure out the total, what their total should have been for the first quarter, and
Got it.
issue a check for the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, whether it's got one check or two, no big deal.
One's already gone.
Well, I was just trying to figure out if it was gonna be going forward 4 quarters, or backdating 1 quarter and 3 quarters ahead.
The way I understand the motion, it's for the 2021
That's
budget.
for the,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
for the
only
whole
one
year.
budget.
Okay.
Let's don't deviate from
No,
that.
no, it's for this budget year.
Okay.
And they can take care of that however they please then.
Okay.
Any other? Okay. I have a motion, Dave second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, my vote. Go ahead.
And my other question would be to Janine. I understand, we know the interest rates are very, very low, but we're carrying huge balance in money markets. And it would appear to me that she could probably bid at least a portion of that, try to get a little better interest rate for us. Whether that be it should have to be a short-term CDs, 3 months, 6 months max. But just carry it in money markets, there's a lot of, I think most of the banks around here are still paying something on money markets, but a lot of the big banks are zero.
How do you want to proceed then? Do you want a motion to have Janine to give us a report on what she can try it for 3, 6, or 9 months if possible?
I think first would be to investigate, see what our.
Yeah, I mean, she can do her due diligence and just find out,
And
because
we got a new treasurer coming in too in a few
Next
months.
October.
So I don't wanna handcuff her before she gets started too.
no, we don't want to
No, we're
handcuff her, but, liquidity is good in itself, but it appears to be, we've got way too much liquidity there.
Is this something we'd have Kent work with her one-on-one?
Well, I just think if she could give us a report that, maybe banks don't even want to bid, we don't know that.
Right.
We need to ask.
Yeah,
Find
she
out.
needs just did some due diligence to find out.
Yeah. Okay. And you're not asking for the whole thing, you're just asking?
No,
for
I just
a small
think-
amount number will
Yeah,
work, the
yeah.
number that will work, okay.
I mean, it's good to be liquid, but if you can get
Yeah.
a little better effective rate on it.
If we can get that message to Janine or else.
I mean,
can.
you can see where we're at. We did make quite a bit of interest last year. And I know rates are even lower now, but,
Every door helps.
well, yeah.
So,
Okay, Okay, so,
The bottom line down there says total CDs and other investments. What does that, that means that some already is being invested in CDs?
Well, we got 23 million in money
Right,
market,
yeah.
and we've got 4.5 million CDs. 10 years ago, that would have been just flipped around.
Yeah.
Or maybe even
Okay.
5 years ago.
We will get that across to Janine, either clerk or I will one.
I mean, we have, you know, they have to pledge securities. We've got plenty of pledging there.
Yeah. Okay. Admin business, keep it going.
Okay, we do have change orders.
Okay.
I have a big stack here today.
Oh, mercy.
Purposely picked up the blue pen, so I didn't.
I thought it was quieter today.
Been trying.
They trade you a twist for a click, just so you have to twist this.
Yeah, that'll be better than the total. Probably break it in half.
We should have, while you're signing that, we do have a Spark report due February 10th. The accounting firm is preparing that for us, and it will probably take board approval, but I don't have it yet, so
Okay.
it's very likely we'll have to have a short special meeting,
Okay.
probably off. I don't know, it may have to just be a remote, or a conference call, or, because that, if we have it, typically we've been getting it on the day they're due. And that's it, we have a pod that day, and, so just wanted you to be ready to do something.
Thank you. There's a new thing on here, John. I gotta start watching for the pink ones here that's got my name on it, so. Now, if I abstain, I'm still signed, right? No, I don't know.
You're not doing those by motion, so I would not
Okay.
sign, because that's the only approval you're getting.
Okay.
So if we abstain, enough of us abstain, then throw it out.
Yeah, just throw it out. And I think, do we have any powers to do something like that? I mean, I'm just asking, you know.
That's a great question for Brad.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask Randy, has it ever happened?
No,
I mean,
I've never.
I think if the taxpayers go through the appropriate channels, there's a reason that the board has to approve it, so I don't know the statutory basis of that.
Just a question it, or go back, could send it back to have a question.
I'm sure you could question it.
Whoops. And the reason why some of this, the reason why I questioned this not too long ago is just, this is our budget, all the ones that were, it's dropping off.
I don't know.
And,
Oh, so shouldn't sign it?
well, no, I'm just saying that everybody should, I think if we use it, we should have to pay.
Right.
But if it's not used, I don't think we should have to pay. And I think there's a lot dropping off due to when this was 20 years ago, when this act was done.
Right. Most of it,
But if the building's torn down.
Torn down.
Yeah.
Uninhabitable.
right.
Yeah. I mean, but then that's a job to
Or
keep up
just-
with.
Or just a lot. Because
Yeah.
at one time, you know, people buy these lots and maybe they had a building on it a few years ago, they were paying.
Yeah. Yeah, and on tax sales, there's a lot of them on there that shouldn't be, but it's just. Okay. It says prior years, are they going back on some of these then?
We only go back 2 years on solid waste generally, but we have, there was one specific one that went to tax sale, went to court, and we have to take off some previous years on that
Yeah,
one.
okay,
Back further than what we
Okay.
generally would,
okay.
Did it actually went to court?
yes.
I saw that.
That those together, the prior year ones.
far, no.
Good. Good.
Thank you. All right, the next thing that I have are the minutes of February 1.
Do I hear a motion, or everybody have time to read them?
Make a motion to approve February 1 minutes, 2021.
Second. Motion by Jonas, second by Dave Mueller. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I vote.
I didn't give it to Marcy.
Send that to
Okay, we do have an early check. This is a replacement for a check that was mailed at the end of December and has not yet been received by the vendor. So we had to stop the check and issue a new one. So it's that information is in the purple book there, in the signature. And the total amount that we're paying today is $3,890.01.
I make a motion to pay the $3,890.01.
Second.
This is a total of 2 checks?
It's one check, 2 departments,
Yep.
so it shows,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay, total is $3,890.01. Second by Jonah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
How much are we paying for stop payments now?
It's $20 or $30, I'm not sure.
I'll charge the post office.
Good luck on collecting day.
Yeah. Get the claim from UPS.
The book is light.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, it's nice to pass around right now.
Okay, the next thing in your packet was the proposal from WSU for the planning workshop. And this would be, the total amount would be $2,150 for 2 1/2-day sessions. And there would be a report generated at the end of that. In the past, you had 1 1/2-day session, which was $975. We had no report after that. So they could do a pre-survey of the departments if you wanted to for an additional $450, but to have that in place before you start. So that, I don't know if you all had time to look through that and read that, but was the proposal. And we were trying to look at potentially doing the first date in February, or maybe early March though, because one of the days that's available, we could do it if the board decides to move forward. We could change the 16th commission meeting and do it on that day in the morning. Or we could, another day she had open was the 17th, but we now have a pod every Wednesday, so that may not work well.
Right.
So we may end up, that next week she was pretty well booked.
16th was open.
The 16th would be open. We would have to replace your regular commission meeting.
Could we, I don't know what time they'd like to start, but could we start early that day and get if short business, if we need to, if you need something done, if we have to have?
Right now, the only thing on there is just department updates, and then there's a gentleman that wanted to be scheduled to show you a product that he has, and
Well, I
so.
was thinking strictly business, but if we needed to, we'd have to be scheduled a little early ahead of that.
And we were considering an 8:30 to 12:30 kind of
Okay.
structure for the retreat or for the planning session. So we could bump it if we could start at 8 for business
If
or.
we had to.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. Or
How's
we
that?
can go that first week of March. I think that we might have days available then, so, to start.
Well, and part of it probably depends, if we do the department surveys, probably need a little more time.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's worth the extra cost, or if they're coming anyway, if we can have people ready to share the information when they arrive, and whatever you all wanna do.
Where are we doing this?
Next thing.
I was gonna, depending on what you decide and what dates we choose, I was gonna look into potentially utilizing the city. They'll charge us.
I was wondering, say it was on a pod day, but we all volunteered on the morning, and then ride Tabor anyway. That doesn't work for all the departments, but it may work for us.
Yeah, that wouldn't work for at least 2 of the departments to be able to.
Let's avoid
attend.
pod days.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
We probably ought to look at March, because we can't get our act together.
Pretty quick, like, to get it together, yeah.
And what is the survey for $450, that has department heads what they want? what
I
it should
believe
be?
it would be like some specific questions going out to the department heads, what they
What they
are
see.
experiencing in their departments, what do they see as important, what are issues that we're facing, things like that, so.
Well, especially if we want to target on space needs, it'd be kind of nice to have that information ahead of time before we actually meet and discuss.
Yeah, because if you drop it on them that day,
Right.
then they're like, oh, I should have said that.
I feel it would focus, may help focus our discussion and planning.
Well, and Dave, that's good, because our focus may not be their focus.
Right, exactly.
And so.
Yeah, and that'll help, I think it'll help save us time in the actual meeting. A lot of that information will be gathered, and I'm sure we'll have a chance to ruminate and get through it.
Should help WSU get the right question to ask us, and
And then, does the board want to limit our department heads to 2 main topics? Because some departments may have 5 focus items. I'm just throwing it out here.
I think we should know. I'm gonna leave it open and see what everybody thinks, and WSU will sort that out.
Yeah.
Facilitator will know.
That's what we're paying them for,
Okay.
to gather information, and they can just tell us what we need to know.
Yeah, the idea is that their role is to kind of try to help narrow down into a specific focus some of these other issues. And so I think what they're saying is probably right, Randy, that
Okay.
they'd be able to help you with that.
You know, 3 people bring up the same subject, we probably should talk about it, but one person brings it up, we probably won't talk about it.
You know, you look at the, it seems like it's more of a focal point for us prior to that meeting with them. If you look on the option, number 1, page 26 of 96.
Yeah.
And that leads over to 27.
It's the bottom paragraph. It just
Yeah.
says, develop and issue a survey to the elected body and staff prior to the one-day workshop. Survey would be designed to gather information around perceptions, goals, and priorities of the organization. And it says they will work directly with key staff to finalize the survey before administered.
Good. I think the survey is important.
Okay. So, what do you think? Timeframe? What do you want to look at?
What was the date in March, or do you have?
I haven't got a specific
Okay.
date in March yet.
Okay.
Early March sometime, we'll try.
Do any day but Wednesday in March.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that enough information, Tina, that you need?
If the board would just take official action to
Okay.
approve or to move forward, then we can get that all set in place.
Is everybody's idea to go with this?
I'd make a motion to proceed with the proposal presented by Wichita State for the strategic plan.
And sometime roughly in March.
Yes, and that'll be coordinated with the facilitator.
Yes. Okay. Have a motion by Dave.
Second.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes, that includes the survey.
Survey, okay.
I will still second.
And have a motion by Dave Mueller and second by Jonah Gehring. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Thanks, Dave. Okay.
You can't get too much information.
Okay. We do have the engagement letter and engagement for the budget process. And the fee that they're proposing is $23,395.
What was it last year? It was 21 or 22.
It's right around here.
I can look it up.
Was it on there?
Is it
Did I
on
miss
the?
No, it was right around that same dollar mark.
Well, I
22,
knew it was in-
22.5.
I knew it was in the
think.
area.
I think it was 22.5, 22.9. I'm trying to pull it out of memory right here.
It's
Yeah,
dangerous.
I know it's close to what we paid last year.
They just did a cost of living raise.
I can look it up if you give me a moment.
Okay.
If you
Never
would
gonna be
like.
less.
I'd like to move ahead with them, but that's, if anybody needs a figure, we can get it.
All I've heard is good things.
Oh, yeah.
Scott's done the budget for 30 years.
Okay.
He knows the county.
Gotta
well.
say. Now I just want to know if I was close.
No, okay, hold everything, we gotta make sure Jonah's
Do we need a
happy.
drum roll?
But I will make a motion to approve.
Okay, have a motion.
Second.
By Jonah, second by Dave Mueller to go ahead with Swindle, I'm gonna say with that.
Swindle, Jansen, Hawkins.
Swindle, Jansen, Hawk and
Hawk
Lloyd.
and Lloyd.
There we go, didn't have it on
The amount.
22,280.
my.
23.
The amount of
$95.
$23,395 for 2022 budget, correct?
Yes.
Yes, for the 2022 budget. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
I'm sorry, I didn't get who seconded.
22,280, right?
Dave Mueller.
Okay, thank you.
Where I see.
Let's see if I can get it to where I can see the whole thing here.
Got everything but the
Yeah, it won't let me
cents.
zoom it down here. But yeah, 22,280, I believe.
I was thinking around 20.
Off.
$120 off.
Close.
Commissioner Gehring, is that good enough? All right. Now we'll go ahead.
Okay.
Move ahead. Administrative business.
See if I can get out of here now.
Just checking his brain, that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
It's a good check.
Yeah. See if I gotta start Alzheimer's meds yet.
Well, they're on TV now.
I'll just-
Okay, there is
Lot of numbers there.
I do have a signature page on that for you to sign. There's two of them, actually. One for us and one for them.
I'm gonna use an 8. Both of them.
All right. And I believe that was all I had for admin.
Okay. Road and Bridge. Mr. Bryce. Anxiously waiting for us.
Morning.
Morning, Bryce.
Welcome to Siberia. Maybe not quite Siberia, but we will get there by the end of the week.
It ain't that bad. It
Well,
ain't that bad.
It depends on how long you're outside, uncovered, and
Yeah.
so.
You're trying to start engines.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
And diesels.
Yes.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, we got in this morning and went to send the sand trucks out. One of them went out and one of them, the clutch went out, and the other one, the brakes were locked up. So we only had one truck going out. So,
That sounds like a good day.
oh, yeah. So anyway,
Would the sand dump?
what's that?
Would the sand even dump?
Yes, because we don't leave them loaded.
Okay.
We empty them out because otherwise if it does freeze in there, then you're done altogether.
Yeah.
You can't get the
Yeah.
sand out. So, yeah, so it's gonna be a rough week and a half. We're not gonna hold any rock because the rock will freeze in the bed. The
Yes.
guys will have to get up there to try to
Chip
dig
it
it
out.
out. Yeah, not worth it. Rock, the roads aren't going anywhere, the rock isn't going anywhere, so, for safety reasons, so. Couple things on the agenda were on there. I guess in any particular order you wanna go through?
No, I just tell the commission, I put them
Okay.
on here for a couple of reasons, culvert purchases, so that new commissioners knows what's going on. Bridge damage replacement, because I seen a bridge that was hit, and we can try, but I sat down with Bryce Friday evening and talked about some of these. Rock storage, that was a concerned citizen brought up a location, but Bryce has it, I think, under control, the way he talked. And then cattle guards down south, that'd be the first one that I'll jump
You do
into,
that?
cattle
Okay.
guards. You know, we sat up here and okayed it, and real life, after I saw them, I first called Bryce and asked, what does the graders think of them? Who are they helping? What's going on? And then this last week, I received a couple more phone calls on cattle guards, and had some discussion about them. Anyway,
One for Tina.
the people that's concerned about them is people that use roads to drive cattle down. It's not a thing in every part of our county, but it is in some parts of our county, where somebody may put a cattle drive together for a couple miles instead of moving them in trucks. They also may drive their horses and stuff down the road that has these cattle guards on them. And so they're upset with that nobody was consulted and about, other than us just making
Those
the,
are all five.
motion to do it without you know, really stopping and thinking. And so I myself, my pony has wheels on it, so I don't ride a horse. And I think that there's a difference there that of people that do and use a horse in their cow business and cattle business. And so, and this is out in the, you know, somewhat the prairie land east of Burns there and north of Burns. So, and I know we've got some prairie land up in Dave's area and Kent's area and stuff like that too, all over our county. So,
People for or against them?
these are people against it. That you've allowed one person, these cattle guards, when they're done, they'll tie their fences in, and it'll help
Yeah.
whose property it is what it'll help. And when you drive a bunch of cows up to it, if they don't have gates to go around, then it's a hindrance. And you got 4 of them within a matter of
Mile and a half.
mile and a half.
2 miles, yeah.
Yeah.
So the neighbors want to drive their cattle across.
I've looked at.
I say there should be a copy for everybody, so.
Oh.
So it doesn't allow the neighbors to use the road access to drive cattle
Yeah.
across
Yeah.
their other sections.
Anybody want a copy of these?
Following up with that, I have the commissioner information on there. This was actually the end of 2019. There was a lot of communication about that, and Commissioner Nova had said, or did some research and found out that Kansas is a fence-in state, I believe they call that, where it's the landowner's responsibility to keep their fence, to keep their livestock in, as compared to livestock out, which means that they, or whatever they call it, you're supposed to stay out of their land, if I remember right. So they come to us, and the commission approved the 2 crossings, and then waited, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, we got those in, and I went out and looked, and there's 4 of them. The reason the 2 are up on 50 was that he owns the property on the north side of that county road. So he said without having that access over there, he can't ever get his cattle to that little piece of ground, and then anything north of that. So the pictures they're sent around there, you guys can look at. I mean, they're built very, very well. I did call up Mr. Vestering and ask that the posts be painted bright yellow, safety yellow, with some, try to put some reflectorized tape on them, just so at night they are a little more visible. And also, they need to come up with some signs for cattle crossing or something like that. There is no, I'm trying to say, specified sign for those in the MUTCD traffic control items. So this was obviously supposed to be done entirely at his expense. And so had some calls too that the one coming off of at the north end, right south of the 40th right there, is too close to that intersection to make a semi-trailer turn. Now, I don't know. I could tell you a shorter wheel-based tractor trailer, like a small end dump rock truck, probably wouldn't have a problem. The problem with cattle plots is they're usually pulled by queen-size sleeper stretchers, and they're close to 100 feet long. They probably wouldn't make it. But at the time and in hindsight, maybe, obviously depending on what the commission wants to do, whether you want to continue it or not, is maybe we need to come up with some standards or policies towards that. So, like I said, at the time we did this, we really didn't have anything, and it was totally up to him, so.
But I thought, in my conversation with the guys that actually drive cattle and stuff like that, they had a lot of good ideas. I mean, for that person to either drive a horse or drive cattle through this 1.5 miles, 4 times they have to get off, and even if they do have a gate on the side and where they can go around and go around them. So
and there's not a lot of right of way through there, so if you say you put a gate through there, it's probably going to be maybe 8 or 10 foot. It's pretty tough to drive a herd of cattle through there.
So that, and then look at your grader operator, what he has to do to maintain that. I think we've done something that don't need to be, and I mean,
I don't think we ever got into this issue until we had that one way up north of Elm Springs.
Yes.
I had never known that the county had been involved with cattle guards, because most of the time they were kind of on people's private property.
And that was the one, I believe that is right on the west side of 360th and Chisholm, is it?
Right.
And that's the road that we are in the process of closing or whatever it is.
Right.
Yes, yeah. So, now at the time, that would have been a county road, but, you know, again, I don't care either way. I just
and was that one permitted, or did the landowner just put it in?
It was permitted, yeah.
Okay.
Was?
Yeah.
There's 3 of these.
I don't think we want to be in that business at this point.
I think it's come to light here, and you know, when I went down and drove this, there was only 3 of them in. The 4th one wasn't in, and that's when I called Bryce one night. That's been 2 months ago or so.
Yeah.
Well, quite a while. But anyway, and then after hearing the people that I'm hearing from has cattle over here. They said sometimes we go over here, and so
Impossible to move them.
yeah.
Well,
Right.
without doing, you know, and cattle are funny in the fact is some of them you can leave wherever you want to, others you have to drive them. And even if, say for instance, as a temporary deal, you just want to put a plywood or steel plate across there, that's still extra work that you'd have to do. And anytime a cow is unsure of where they're going, they're not going. Well, I mean, for the most part, they're not going to go. So it brings up the issue of the liability of then what do you do? So anyway, like I said, that's the information that I could give you. You know, like I said, based on what they built, they're very, very nice. They're well built.
Yeah,
As
and
far
in
as
fact,
that goes.
like I told, I mean, I give 100% on the construction of them.
Yeah.
And they're doing what they're supposed to do in the right place, but have we picked the right place to let them do it? Not, my opinion
Well,
right
just-
now, until I hear something different.
I'm just wondering what kind of liability we issue. If somebody actually got out there with a horse, or if a couple of cows got on them and broke a leg.
Well, and I don't know, to be honest with you, what the legal ramifications are, but here's another thing. Say a person going driving through there full speed and a cow walks out there in front of him, and it's on county right of way, but yet it's not the cow's fault because there's nothing to stop the cow. Now, if he gets out of a fence, that's another story. But if there's no fence
Well,
there.
people insure themselves for that.
Well, but I mean, even then, it still comes down to, or even, God forbid somebody gets injured or killed if, whatever, so, but.
I'm thinking maybe more along the lines of, as long as you got 2 adjoining sections of property, so 2 660s, you would be allowed 2 of them. That way you could cross through and you could not fence. You could have 2 sections of ground. I know that's a lot of ground, but then you're talking about a lot, 2 miles worth of fencing for the farmer for 2 cattle goers.
Now this one was also done too, if I remember right.
I'm just trying to think of Chase County, and when I drive through out there and there's some open range.
They got open range out there.
But they have huge amounts of land, so you're not finding a cattle guard every quarter mile.
If I remember when this first come up, he wanted to move have the cattle be able to go from the west side to the east side because that's where his water was. Otherwise, he had to haul water to the west side, if I remember right. But anyway, like I said, we can do whatever you guys want to do. So.
I'm just trying to throw this out so they can see it, and I'll tell you, just like, I think we're going to have a deal come through the planning and zoning here on somebody wanting out at Canada, but anytime you mess with the plots and plannings of some of these roads and things like that, you do something, you offend somebody somewhere or yourself somewhere in time. That's what I've learned through cities and easements and alley easements and things like that. You take them away, and pretty soon you want to come back, and it takes forever. And that's why I'm so particular on road closings, is that I still want the right of way to be able to go through there someday, because I don't know what the future holds 50 years from now. And so that's, I just want to bring that up. Don't know that it needs to be no decisions unless the commission wants to make a decision today.
I guess I could recommend too that you guys go back and think about it, talk to your own constituents, get an idea of what they think or something, and then revisit. Because nothing's going to happen, immediately or whatever else, but they're in and
well, I definitely don't want you to give an okay.
Well, no. That's why I came to you last time, because there's really nothing addressed. Maybe that's something else too, as we come up with a policy or regulation for. It's up to, and I'm sure you again probably want to talk with Brad about any legal issues or whatever else too, because that all that stuff reverts back to the old times when there weren't fences and things like that. There's a lot of those.
Does anybody have any direct feelings? Dave, you own cattle.
Well, I was just going to, when the commission approved this, did you get input from any of the surrounding landowners?
No, and that's the problem.
Now, when you close a road, you certainly do.
Yeah.
But there does need to be a permit process, and the surrounding landowners need to be involved. And it depends on the road. Is it a through road? Is it just a dead-end road?
Yeah.
There's a lot of questions involved.
That's very good, because when we start having bridge meetings, when we have bridges, people come from 5 and 6 miles away.
Sure.
That's interested, because they can come through there with their equipment or whatever, and interested in that bridge, and this should have been the same type deal.
Maybe we could have Bryce work on a permit process or something that how you feel is appropriate to present to us.
Well, like I said, I'm here to basically take care of what you guys want to do in the county. Because like you said, this area down there, it's a fairly low volume road. It does go to, it used to go to a residence out there, and the gentleman has passed away, but I don't know if anybody else is still living out there. But so it's a very, very low volume road. But it doesn't matter. If there's one person that goes down there, it's still a liability.
They've resold the place.
Yeah.
I understand it.
So
the house and so many acres, but not the land. So.
But anyway, it's but anyway.
90% of the issue is going to be over there too, because that's where the big chunks of grass are that run through that our roads would cross.
I got to keep it moving here. Bridge rock storage. I think this was a landowner had a spot along the highway there that John had talked to Bryce about, but Bryce has found, I think he's happy with the rock storage where he's at.
Well,
I understand it.
What my comment was, the spot on 56 was, it would kind of put us right in the middle of where we have spots already. And in fact, there's a Durham, Lincolnville, South Shop. I've actually found a place on South 15, right at the county line. There's about a 1 acre spot there that I think we could put a lot of material that would put us down as far south and west as we can. What I've been looking for is trying to find a place that is close to state highways or decent county roads, because we'll start bringing a lot of material in. I don't want to tear up our roads just trying to store things. So I contacted Joni. He said you did not know who the people are, so I'm going to go try to get a hold of them and see where it's. The property is right north of the county line on 70th. 70th has a curve before it straightens out. Right north on the east side, there's a house. There used to be a tree farm. There's 1 little acre property there. It's just been mowed. It's really not big enough to build anything on, whatever else. It's actually owned by the people who live across the way. They have their property goes all the way through there, and I assume there's a permanent easement for the highway going through there. So anyway, I was going to talk to them about doing that, and we've also got permission from the city of Gossel to try to put things over there, but we don't have a real big area there either. But continuing to work on it. So.
Okay, bridge damage replacement. I saw a bridge had been touched, and my question. We talked about it Friday night, and there's some rules that he has to go by, but collecting may be a problem on some of this even if they have a good report. But the one that I'm talking about was a stolen vehicle, and so that may be trouble to get. But I still think that even though we should try to collect some damage, I don't know whether that's legal. That might be a question for Brad to collect it, because you say we have to put a bridge. If we put a railing, we can't just go out and repatch what was there.
The statutes have been in the past is that when bridges are damaged, especially guardrail and the concrete rail, you need to, once you have to go back and fix them to where essentially they're not performing the function, you have to bring them up to current design standards. So in this one here we've got the old rail from the 50s and 60s, that in order to fix it legally, we'd have to take all that off. We'd probably have to widen out the bridge. We'd have to put a new rail on there. We'd have to put new guardrails. So it would be, almost as much just to build a brand new bridge. So that's where the issue is. And that's simply because of, in order to, the courts have ruled that in order to, we have to have it that way, because every time they come up with a new updated guardrail or whatever else, and they say, well, you have to keep standards, you basically would be continually working on stuff. They looked at doing that in guardrail about 20 years ago. KDOT alone was going to spend $2 billion just upgrading guardrail. So that's where the standards have come. As long as they're not substantially hit, still do their job, you can leave them like it is or do small repairs or whatever else. Now this one here did come to the fact is it was a December 11th of 20 accident. There was no occupants. The vehicle was stolen out of Newton, and they have a case number, but that's all they really have. So when the deputies showed up, there was no one around. So now, can you turn around and say to the owner of the vehicle, are you now responsible?
That'd be tough.
Well, like I said, that's exactly where we are. We get. I was telling Randy that. On 60th west of Peabody. Well, in fact, most of our paved roads, you see guardrail damage all the time. And it comes down to the same thing, that if you want to say a bean counter or an actuary or whatever else says, we're going to spend more money fixing this up than what we will have to face if someone has an accident there. Granted, that's what's been said in the past. Now, being such a litigious society today, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's always kind of been the rule.
Well, I would like to send you out on a mission to somehow, I don't want that bridge sitting there looking like it's been hit forever.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know what the rest of the commission wants, if they want that, or, to look in one of our major thoroughfares that the bridge has been hit and we're not doing nothing about it.
Yeah. Well, I can go back and kind of come up with a plan if that's what you want to do. Those bridges and those rails are, especially that vintage, are very, very substantial, very strong. I can tell you, I was coming back from Great Bend one time, and there was a semi that did actually, the accident already happened, but he basically rode up on top of that rail for over half of it before it finally gave way. Typically what happens, it's not the rail, it's the deck that corrodes the steel and stuff like that, and the whole thing just falls over. So I mean, they're extremely durable, but yeah, I'll go over and figure out what I can come up with and get something fixed.
And last but not least, the culvert purchases. Phone call from upset customer down there, but I guess they talked to Bryce, and Bryce done give them an answer, and they were real happy with it. Culvert purchases for people. That is something that, you know, we in the past have, I mean, we've spent a lot of money in culverts, and people could buy them from us in the past, and then at a cheaper rate than what they can themselves go purchase them, plus they have to haul them and stuff. So we had that, but I think we've sort of, Bryce has got a new policy. I don't know where we did it at, or I know we tried to limit it to replace one entrance per field. That was the last thing that I remember doing.
Well,
So,
give you a little bit of update where this was. This gentleman called me, and I put both spots in there where he wanted me to put a pipe and where we already have a pipe. And I said, well, I can definitely come in and rework the 1.5 mile line. It's very common to put a combined entrance. You can put a 30, 40 foot wide culvert through there to be able to manage both sides. This property is owned by 2 different people. They are brother and sister, I believe, but the brother does farm that. Now, what I told him was I would love to put a culvert in there, because what he didn't want to drive all the way through his field and smash down his ground and stuff like that when he's harvesting and stuff like that. I said, I would love to put one in there, but I think honestly, you have a reasonable access that you've had all this time. Putting an extra culvert in there is not the best use of our culverts and what we need to do that. Now, in the past, people were allowed to buy culverts from us, and from what I understand, the reason, and whether this is a formal policy or not, they said that we weren't going to do that anymore because we couldn't keep culverts in stock. People buy them at our government rate considerably cheaper than what other people can still get them at these places, they just don't get the same rate. And so, so if people were buying them, then they could get them a lot cheaper and go do that. The other thing that's obviously a problem, and that's what we're facing now, and we will for the rest of our careers, is keeping those pipes maintained, keeping them cleaned out, the dirt, the grass, things like that. People run over the end of them. Hey, that culvert doesn't drain anymore. Well, you ran over the end of it, So people have talked about going to plastic pipes. Plastic pipes are not a good thing for us either. They're less expensive, but almost impossible to fix the ends of them unless you cut them off, add something on there. If they're not damaged too bad, you can put a jack on the inside of there and pretty much get them back where you want to be. But I guess to caveat this, when Jesse was here, he told me that he had actually several years ago had actually talked to the commission. I guess almost all of our surrounding counties do not put in culverts for entrances to anybody, simply because they spend so much time doing that they can't get back to like the crossroad pipes or other ditch work or stuff like that. Basically meaning that if the people wanted to put in the pipes, they go buy the pipes, they put them in themselves. There's typically not a lot to that. With the fact is that they had to request a permit or someone from our county to go out and say, yeah, you need X diameter pipe. Because if they put a 12-inch pipe in there, it's not going to last very long. But so anyway, that's something to talk about down the road. But this one here, and when he says, well, you did all those pipes up there for my cousin, that's what the little red dots, the little red pins are there too, was we did all those up there. And I said, I don't remember the specific information of why those were done. The other thing we face is we're replacing a lot of culverts because as most people harvest, they're in there with tractor trailers. Most of our entrance pipes are probably at best 20 feet. Basically, when they were put in, that was a big entrance for a single axle truck. So they're not big enough, so that's why a lot of these people are coming back to ask for pipes. We put in as a county, we put in up to 30 feet. Anything more than that, then they pay the difference. Is the way it's been in the past. Now again, if that's the way you want to continue, fine.
Well, that's the question to because this person here that's requesting this says, okay, That's what he told me. He said he wasn't gonna do it. I'm gonna go put in what the hell I please. And so that's what we're gonna face. But if we have the permit, where they have to get a permit, we can at least say the size and things like that. And,
They're
and
gonna
then
be inspected.
And then, well, yeah, because it may not be in the drain, it may not be in the flow, I don't know, but
Yeah.
there's a lot of things there. But the other thing is we better change our policy with our new house construction then. Because somebody comes in and asks for a new house, well, they get a culvert to their new property if they're out in the country. So we better change that. I mean, there's all kinds of issues here that I'm just throwing out in front of us to be thinking of and how do we want to move forward with this. So, trying to get all you new commissioners brought up and stuff and keep you on board and so, because I didn't remember the exact policy on this either, except for what we had done was just one culvert per field is all we would ever replace.
Is it per field or per half mile, or, I mean,
per
you
field.
have 10 fields in a half mile?
If there's all different owners, that's,
Yeah.
So it's by field?
Well, you look at the fact is that everyone should have a reasonable access to their property. What is that reasonable access?
That's a good question.
And so the other thing, I've had another guy down on 40th that wanted to put another pipe about 50 feet from where his other one was to this other little house. And I said, okay, here's my problem there is, it's so close to this other one, you're gonna, and there's no way to turn around. They were gonna have to back out on the highway. And I said, I have to say no, because that's just too much of a problem backing on the roadway. But I suggested that they come in, and that's what they did, and it worked fine. So I mean, that's the other thing I look at, a safety issue, but every time you put a pipe and or an entrance on any kind of road, it's a liability for people pulling out there, getting stuck, hitting other people, whatever the case may be. So what is the proper thing? I don't know.
okay.
It's always just been one per field.
Well,
Field entrance.
That's the way I look at it, and I would like to say that if I had my choice, I'd rather give an access on a gravel road than I would a paved road. Now, the people that are going to be working out there said, no, I'd rather have a paved road because it's better access in and out, but you're almost always going to have less traffic on the rock road than you would on the paved road. I'm looking at it as a safety aspect, they're looking at it as
You also think about the stuff that drags out, you know,
Yeah,
it
but-
drags out, it'll drag out onto a
well. I mean, we deal with that.
less
with
desirable
mud.
road and
Yeah.
not destroy the more
Yeah.
desirable.
Yeah, and especially mud. I mean, right now it's a perfect example of things thaw out. We just have mud everywhere. But anyway, so if you want, we can.
That's just a simple thing
Okay.
to be thinking about, whether you want to make some decisions on it, write it down, or whether, right now, I don't know which way to go, which way to visit with, but,
On our
Should be for the zoning, shouldn't it?
some of it would go back to it. Yeah.
Well, and
I don't think so.
I'm probably pretty confident in the fact is I don't know if anything's ever been written down or been changed or whatever else for years.
Right.
You know, it's always been one of those things where.
If they decide to go it on their own, it really does need to be part of zoning.
It does need to be.
Well, say we don't provide one for them,
Well, it needs to be inspected.
then it needs to be part of zoning. It
I
needs to
mean,
have a
zoning
box.
probably would do the inspection. We don't have a building inspector, a construction inspector other than yourself.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't care anywhere you go, so.
Now, on the rebuilds, have we always gone back in on the rebuilds and put that back in?
On the rebuilds, we look at each entrance on its own. A lot of the times when we get to rebuilds, the culverts are in bad shape. They've been bent not long enough, whatever the case may be. But we look at that fact is that we get the benefit out of that too. And the fact is we have better culverts, better drainage and stuff to that effect.
Yeah,
So,
because I've had an issue with a constituent saying he never got one back in.
yeah, yeah. And like I said, if I can't tell you every place specifically why they weren't or whatever else. So
Then you leave the job and go do something else.
Yeah.
And it doesn't get done.
yep.
If that rebuild was done, then I would go back to my policy of where one per field.
Right.
That's what,
Yeah.
And
that was the issue.
Yeah.
You said, I never got one back.
Never got one, period.
Yeah. Now, the other thing that we try to do, especially in rebuilds, is to, if we can, move the entrances to take out the pipe and make a mound entrance. top of the hill
Yeah.
or whatever else, safety wise is better.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying
Yeah,
it'd be
yeah.
a different, could be a different spot.
Yes,
Okay.
and we always do, talk to the landowners and obviously go from that, so.
I'm gonna hold you quiet for a second and let you change your thoughts here. Would you, everybody'd like to know whether, or we'd like to know whether Brad is to come tonight. He's ready to start this way, but, he wanted to make sure there was business for him due to the roads and stuff like that today, so.
He can get on electronically or he can come over. He just
Okay.
texted me to ask which.
So,
I recommend electronically, because the road's probably snowpacked, don't they?
They had a lot of freezing drizzle this morning, so for you guys.
South, I think south is worse. than
South
north.
is worse, yep. Yep.
And the highway's not as pristine as it usually is. And I hit the gas getting on the highway and it fishtailed on me, so, and it was clear,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
there's ice there.
okay.
I recommend he does it electronically.
Yeah, is that good enough today? Okay.
If you got the option, so.
Yeah. I can tell you also that if anybody's out there saying, hey, we need ice on those, or salt on those, we need ice
Ice
on
on
those.
those.
Salt on the roads, salt does not work very well below 20 degrees. It does, but it exponentially drops off on how much it works when the colder it gets. So it just scientific, there is nature, and you put all the
Yeah,
salt
this
you want.
very cold weather, sands probably.
Sands.
That's what the best you can do.
So-
Bryce, thank you for addressing these 4 items that I had on here. I'm gonna let you do your business now.
Okay, sounds good. Rock crushing update, the crusher and belts have shown up to Lost Springs. They started setting up this week, probably will not be doing anything this week and next week. They have one guy that has to be on the ground, everybody else in cabs, but it's just the principle. The fact is that equipment doesn't want to start, belts don't want to work, things like that. So anyway, he is almost ready to go, but we'll play it by ear there. As I said before, right now, we're not hauling any rock unless we absolutely need to, simply because of just a bad deal, and especially if it's slick, I don't want a truck going off the road, and he may have to sit there a while, because it's bitterly cold out there, we don't need that. I've been been working on my equipment for this next year. Come to find out, and you're gonna talk to Randy Frank about the same thing, is evidently you cannot order a 2021 pickup anymore. All the way around, Ford, Chevy, Dodge, if it's COVID related, parts related, whatever else. But I've been told the dealers, if they can find what you're looking for, they can typically get it to you, do whatever their deal is, to send it back to the money, and then actually create a state contract that would give you the money basically on the state bid. So just letting you know that that's what I was looking at. Randy's gonna ask you the same question, if we can go out and find those trucks, go to each, specify what we want in a truck and see what they have available. And then come back with what those prices would be, so.
So we're going through the state then?
It would still be the government contract.
Government,
Yeah.
right.
So, and then also, Hillsborough Ford has a 2017 standard cab, 4-wheel drive, 3/4 ton. I think it's still an XL. Has 83,000 miles on it, and they want $27,000 for it. Based on what he's telling me, we can get, if we could find a 2021 with those kind of options, I believe we would be in the 21 or $23,000 range. But that's just a matter of trying. No, wait a minute.
31.
31,000. Sorry.
Yeah.
31,000. So anyway, if we could find one, it'd be obviously economics be to get the newer pickup. But that's just what I said. And from what they're telling me, 2022's you can't even talk about that yet.
What do you have on this?
What I was looking for was to get another standard cab, crew truck, 3/4 ton, and then to get a new truck for the superintendent. Jesse really wanted to, and I think it's a good move to go back to a 1/2 ton with those big long trucks, because they hardly ever haul anything with them. They're just driving up down the road. The 1/2 ton rides so much better than a 3/4 ton. So that was the 2 pickups that I was looking at. So
mean, that's in your budget.
That's what the plan was, yep. And I know you kind of talked about, we're gonna have another planning session, whatever else, to discuss equipment, things like that. It's one of those things where, you know, if we wait, we may lose something, but something else may be coming up. Don't know, you know, it depends on what everybody else is doing for buying trucks and how far they'd have to come, because they may have to come off of a lot somewhere too. So they'll have to take them from that lot and take care of all that stuff to get them back up here, so.
Anybody have any suggestions on what, to give advice here, what they wanna do, what we wanna do?
Is that true? I'd heard that GM was no longer going to build a standard cab pickup.
GM does not, Chevy still does. So GMC does not, because I ran into that the last time we got one. And I actually, you know, the last time I went out to bid, I checked Toyota, I checked with all the other big three, and the only one that quoted me was Hillsborough Ford, so, for whatever reason. But, you know, it's not the dealership's fault that they're running into this, it's the COVID and things like that, so.
Yeah, you can't buy a four-door car anymore, no SUVs.
You know.
Start shutting your factories down and make ventilators. You know what happens.
Yeah.
We'll be shutting down to build electric cars.
And then if you want to, I can contact them and say, hey, give us some official prices of what you have, and then I can bring them back. And
Yeah.
you know, we don't necessarily have to take them, but at least gives us some idea of what we're looking at.
Because they still would be able to find you whatever you want.
Whatever's been made already. I mean, they're essentially not making anything new. I don't know if they've closed everything down or what. So
My main concern is some of these that we budgeted for. You know, the budgeted in the previous year. Can we still go back and cash forward? Say you can't get anything.
We just didn't spend it. We go into next year with the same thing.
Right. We're just gonna make sure that cash forwards and doesn't just drop out of their budget.
Well, it depends if you're in the general fund or not. If you have your own fund, it moves forward with you, and if it doesn't, if you don't, it does not. But the problem could be if you buy it in the year it's not budgeted, that you may have to amend your budget to spend that cash. So. I think is that what you mean?
You know how to work it out.
Can you motion that you use that amount of money that you're talking about the 2021 budget? Has this money been held back from, or you're talking about 2021 budget?
correct.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
all being spent this year?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
some of these other departments though.
Okay.
Was it 2021 budget or 2020?
Well, we have two vehicles that have been encumbered
Yeah.
from 2020.
That's Randy Frank's one of them?
No,
No?
ambulance and
One of those others.
sheriff.
So, anyway, I can get back, at least get some
Yeah,
prices back.
get some numbers, I guess, and see what you come up with.
Okay. Going to finalize with Sherry today, tree bids will be sent out and due on the 26th, which gives them about 2.5, almost 3 weeks to get those back. All that stuff we put on the website, so I won't have to email all the pictures. We have pictures of what we're asking for prices on. So, we have it listed in the paper now. Finish that up. The full-time superintendent position will be advertised, ready to go out. Roofing update. They have finished up the south side of our shop and finished about 3/4 of the north side. Due to weather, they won't be back again for probably 2 weeks. They can't even put down their glue. Things look really good. They did send us a picture of some rusted roofing. They put tin across the top of them, so they should be good shape. I mean, he said all things considered, that roof for being, 60 years old is actually in pretty good shape. So, in comparison, but anyway, and they also have went up and replaced the asphalt roof at Filson with tin. And so they finished that up last week too. So that's done. Like I said, depending on weather and when they come back. So, Tina, I believe, did you send them the federal reimbursement? Okay. So we've done that in the past. We get 90% of the federal money in state funds, so then we don't have to worry. Are you familiar with that?
Explain.
The federal fund reimbursement come out, quite a few years ago. The problem you work with is if you work with federal funding, the time and all the stuff that you have to do to get that money is just very, very, very prolonged. KDOT come back and said, we're willing to take a 10% out of that for you to give you state funds. So you get 90% of the federal money in state funds, and you really don't, I mean, and typically we've already got them spent because we can put them for road materials, like our build X and stuff like that. So they say if you can get 90% state funds instead of that, KDOT takes the other 10% and waits through that process. But then the counties have the 90% to use wherever they want to. So we've done it, I think every year since it's come out. Most counties do simply because it's so much less headache.
Right.
So
Good, very good.
So that takes a specific action of the board to approve the participation for this year, and the amount that we would be receiving is $109,536.03, and that's the state amount.
I would make that motion for us to participate in the request to exchange federal funds and receive the total of $109,536.03.
Second.
Second by Kent Becker. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
alrighty. Last thing I had was the NRCS update. They have finished up the stream bank stabilization on Cottonwood, north of Florence on 130th, except for the seeding, which obviously things are frozen solid now. But when it does come in and get reasonable, they have to reseed it right away. They will be moving up to 350th, which we will be moving the modular blocks up there. I don't know if we're going to get, I mean, I want to get in there while the road's froze because that's a dirt road, but I don't know when the contractor's going to go up there and get started. They're the same way as us, trying to work in that cold weather and everything else. So anyway, we are done down there and be moving up there. So they thought that probably take a week up there. Sharon had to go by there for the mids, and she thought it looked great too. They did good work. So, but other than that, I know it's quite lengthy today. Anything else? Okay. I guess anything else comes up, please let me know. Call, email, text, whatever. So.
Thank you, Bryce.
All right. Thanks.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield, Mr. Claudio.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's made it yet.
Yeah, he was
Somebody out here
Is he
walking
out
around.
there?
There's a man sitting down here.
Yeah, yes.
It's my turn, huh?
Very patient.
Yeah, super tough.
Sorry for the delay,
Good
sir.
morning.
Come
No,
on in.
not a problem
Have a
at
chair
all.
right down there
Right
at the
here?
end.
Okay.
You can take your mask off if you want to. That's
All
fine,
right.
up to you.
That'll be great. Thank you. How are you all doing?
Cold.
Yeah, it is cold out there. Well, if you remember me,
Yes,
I'm
yes.
Audio from Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and
They haven't fired you yet.
not yet. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's been a little over 3 months, so I think I passed my, what do you call it?
Probationary period?
Probationary
Okay.
period, so I
Well,
guess.
good for you.
I'm good.
Looking forward to working with you.
Yeah, thanks. So we are, I have your guys' renewal here. If you want to pass that.
Yeah, thank you.
Please, I appreciate it. Hi.
Hello?
I guess I just saw you in there.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm gonna take my mask off so I can speak better. It's time for renewal. You know, your plan renews as of May 1st, and we'll look at all stuff about 3 months in advance, so see what's gonna happen. So there's a lot of information here, and I don't know how many, well, like I'm new to Blue Cross, and maybe some of you are new to this Blue Cross process, so there's a lot of numbers, a lot of information, and we're gonna look at the most important things really, and if you wanna go deep, I mean, we can go as deep as you guys wanna go into it, you know, but so let's start looking at some of this stuff. The way this works, and for the ones of you that are newer in this, you guys have what we call a merit-rated plan. which basically means, you know, your rates are gonna be based on the history, 1 year of history. We look back at how your claims were on the last year, part of the current year and a few months of the previous year, because we don't have the full history of the current year yet till that goes through April 30th. And also based on how the industry is doing. So those are the two components. So how, you know, your claims were in the past year and how the industry is doing, meaning what we believe, what we project, you know, where the industry is going as far as basically increase in the cost of healthcare. Or I guess we can call it inflation in healthcare. So on the sheets on the right side of your folder there is what we're going to look at. The first one is basically a few things to point out. We have a little bit of history there. Well, number one is, just shows you right there what's going to happen to your premiums. We're going to have an increase of 0.4% on the health side and an increase of 2.2% on the dental. This compared to what's happened, you know, throughout history. We have 5 years there of history. This is the lowest, you know, change that we've had in rates for the last 5 years. So looks like last year you had a kind of a steep increase on it, and of course that was based on, we can look at the numbers back to, a lot of it due to high claims that you had the previous year as well. Projected loss ratio. Loss ratio basically is just the relation between the claims we paid and the money that has come in from premiums. And we're projecting that to be about 83% for this year, meaning that what we're gonna pay in claims is gonna be about 83% of what's gonna be coming in premiums. Then we have a history of paid claims. So this past year, and the history we're looking at is going through December 31st of 2020. So we're looking at the whole calendar, 2020 whole calendar year. We paid $742,000 in claims, as opposed to the previous year, which you guys had really, you know, almost close to doubling that amount. And then we have a credibility factor and trends, and this is basically what I was telling you about how what our premiums are based on. Credibility factor is what we call the experience that you have. So we assign based on, and this is something that we have set up for all groups in Kansas, you know, based on their size, is what we're going to assign the credibility factor that's going to be. And for you guys, it's 40%. That means that 40% of your premium is going to be determined by your history of claims. And the other 60% is going to be determined by what we call the trends, which is it's listed there on number 6. And those are basically what we project what the increase in cost of healthcare is going to be for next year. So with that, then on to the next 3 pages, we have the 3 different plans that you guys have. These are these sheets here. So, or the 3 options that you have for plans. And these just show us the rates. You know, you have 2 tiers, employee and employee and family, and it'll show us the rates for each one of those tiers.
It's in the upper right-hand corner, if you can see that. You see.
Yeah. So this is, okay. Oh, perfect. Glad we have it out there.
Yep.
Super. So that'll be, once we have the dental and the drugs, those are the total rates, you know, for that specific option A, you know. So each different option is going to have a little bit of a different of an increase. When I said, you know, you have a 0.4 increase on health, that's overall, and with the dental included on each of those, is 0.4 on option B, 0.6 in option B, and then 0.7% in option C, and that is including or merging both health and dental. Any questions on that?
So,
Which one are we using this now?
We should be on
We
B,
have-
right?
Well,
No, we have three options.
we have three
These
options,
are all the
so we
options
have
we
different,
Well-
you know, the employees can choose which one of those plans they wanna pick. And it's, basically, there's a little difference on the deductibles, you know, go from lower deductible to higher deductible. And that's mostly the main difference. And then maximum out of pocket is the same in all of them. So it's just whatever each employee or family are comfortable with as far as deductible that they want to pay. That's the main difference in all three plans.
do the numbers right now, percentage-wise, employees, out of our employees, what's the numbers on the three plans? Do we have those?
Did you include that in here, Claudia?
Uh,
Our enrollment?
Well, I don't think we do have it. We have an option A, we have a total of 38 contracts. Contracts meaning either employee or family.
Okay.
And then on B, we have 35, and on C, we have 21.
Okay, cool, thank you.
So it's pretty well
Yeah.
split. And that is on one of the sheets later on, so. I guess you can go back, we can look at this sheet, this is where they're at, that one right there. About three, after your,
Fourth sheet back.
after the Blue Edge
Fourth sheet
plan.
back after
About
the
4 sheets back.
three sheets that we already.
Okay, fourth one, then?
Four after three?
Four
Yeah.
after three.
Four after three.
It'll be.
So it'll be your 8th page, Chuck.
We went to school. We know what to do.
Yeah, so this one shows you there on the top, the
Yeah.
different options that we have and how many contracts, how many people, you know, employees and family contracts we have on each one of them. And this sheet basically explains, in a way, I mean, it's got a lot of numbers, but like I said, we can go as deep as you guys want to go into it, but it explains how we arrive to your premiums, basically. So we have, I guess I have two things to point out there on the top. On line 3 is the credibility factor there on the last column. That's what I said, you know, is the 40%. It varies a little bit for dental is 50%, meaning that 40% of your premium is going to be explained by your claims, by your history of claims, okay? And then the other 60% is going to be explained by those trends. That's the third column there on line 3, the annual trends, which is again the projection that we have for increase on cost of healthcare. So here on line 4, we have that we look at the. Back on line 2 there is the period we're looking at as far as history. So January through December of 2020. So based on that, on line 4, we have a total of, for that period, of $2.7 million of billed charges. This is what the hospitals and providers will bill us for it, not necessarily what we're going to pay. And then we have next to it what we call allowable charges. These are basically the negotiated rates that we have with the providers. So with that, you know, for being part of Blue Cross and Blue Shield, we have all the members, you know, have access to those negotiated rates, and that means we've had about a 68% discount on the rates that the providers, you know, hospitals, doctors, all charge. So that has meant that instead of paying the $2.7 billion, you know, we're being billed $873,000. Of that, we've paid $742,000. The rest is what the members have paid on co-pays and co-insurance. Then we do work, and all these numbers that we show there, We have an actuarial rating department that has their whole system on how they calculate the rates and formulas, and this is again based on groups, you know, like yours and all over Kansas. We just look at the state of Kansas and how they all behave as far as claims, and then based on that, you know, we have lots of numbers of history. So that's how then we apply what we call rate adjustments factors, and that's basically what's going to determine your rates. We file our basic rates with the department, with the KID, the Kansas Insurance Department, every year, and then all those rates are there, and then we apply, based on all this analysis, a factor to those published rates, and this is what determines your rate or premiums for the year. So right here is where we show that we're taking out, you know, 40% of what we have projected on rates, you know, based 40% of that is based on your credibility, and then the other 60% is going to be based on the trends. So with that, we have a projected monthly premium of $93,000. I say projected because that is based on your current number of employees and the different contracts. We add them all together and we say, okay, based on the composition of contracts today of employees, this is what you would be paying every month in premiums as of May 1st. Any questions? This is just a description of the plan, the options that are offered, and 3 different deductibles. The rest is all the same. I did not look at any different options this time. I know last year you guys changed plans, and well, because you had also an increase, you know, that was kind of significant, and so went ahead and changed plans. I didn't see that it really was necessary to bring you, you know, fill you up with more options of plans, and this is a really good plan that you guys currently have. Your rate, your premiums are not really changing a whole lot, so I did not see it necessary to bring you any additional options, but we're always, I mean, if you're always, you know, wanting to look at more options, we can.
I'm just gonna ask the
Yeah.
clerk or whoever's in charge here on that, are we getting any complaints? Because I'm not hearing too many complaints from our employees about our insurance.
Not really. The change in prescription plan, you know, was kind of for some individuals, depending on what medicine they
When we
did.
changed that, yes, that was,
Yeah.
yes, we did hear some complaints about that right off the get-go, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, but otherwise, I haven't heard anything.
Right, that's what I was gonna mention too, was the prescription drug plan change was kind of a big impact.
Yes, that was.
But overall, the
Diabetes.
rest of it has not.
Mhm.
On diabetes.
I don't know the specifics on it, but,
Yeah,
yeah.
that-
Yeah, there were
Yes.
several things that
That's what-
was
that's
just a
what
big
ours
change.
was.
Yeah.
It would have impacted employees
Yeah.
that are on high dollar prescriptions, you know, specialty prescriptions.
Yeah.
Mostly, and still overall, the RX plan that you went to, what we call Results RX, the formulary is the best that we have as far as, you know, saving overall to the employees, you know, money. Yeah, it would impact a few people that are on that high tier of medication, but also, and hopefully, you know, that motivated those employees to visit with their provider, with their doctor, because that formulary has also alternatives to those high dollar medications. So we always try to encourage, you know, the members to go and talk to their doctors, to look at those alternatives that are lower in price, and then they would end up, you know, paying even less. So a member that maybe was paying, you know, before $50 for their copay, you know, for that mail-in prescription, and on the new Results RX or on the new RX plan, that same medication meant, you know, $75 on the new plan or $150. That means that, well, yeah, the very same medication is, but there is a substitute for that, an alternative that is the same type of medication for the same treatment, that you can probably put him on the $25 level of prescription.
Talking
Well,
about
and
a name
something
brand
else-
versus a generic.
Right.
Yeah.
Something else, though, to keep in mind on that was all of the other plans that you looked at from other vendors, they already would have been, you know, that type of RX plan.
Yes.
So, you know, we wouldn't have done a different one or done one with a different vendor at that time, so.
You were talking about options. Is there an option for like health savings accounts, or has there been any
Yeah,
interest?
we have
or-
one.
Well, what we do is we have a flex account. We have not done a high deductible
Okay.
plan with a health savings account.
Okay.
But we do have a health flex spending accounts.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, the savings account will go with high deductible
Right.
plans only.
Right.
So,
Right.
and we don't have an option for a high deductible. We can look at it, but, you know, again, you know, we
It
can
was
look
right
at it.
across when we looked at it, we sort of took a glimpse at that too.
Okay, so you've
Yeah.
already.
We looked at it last year, yeah, right.
Okay.
The insurance companies just don't support local pharmacies. I
Well,
mean, you got to talk about mail-in, I mean,
well, it doesn't have to be always mail-in. We can,
but
but
that's
we.
what you support.
Well, I wouldn't say what we support necessarily. It's
Yes.
because, I mean, unfortunately, you know, the higher buying power that you have, you know, the better you can negotiate prices on medications, okay? It is hard to have that negotiating power in a local, you know, pharmacy. So we are able to get a lot better pricing through our the mailing program, which is Prime.
I just have a hard time with
So,
that.
yeah,
Trying
and
to
I
keep
totally
up.
understand. I totally understand.
Because Blue
before
Cross
com-
owns the mailing companies.
Mhm. Yep, I completely understand. Before coming to Blue Cross and Blue Shield, I lived in Osborne, Kansas for 20 years and always fill my medication in the local pharmacy, you know, to support them. I mean, fortunately, I was not on any high dollar, you know, medication, but when you're looking at that, you know, in the local pharmacy, you may end up paying a little more than what you would in Prime, you know, and it's not a matter of who we support, it's a matter of we just have better
I know it's not your
negotiating
fault.
power, you know.
I just wanted to make that statement.
Sure, yeah, yeah.
Well, some people are just leery about mail because, you know, if you don't order 2 weeks and at least 2 weeks in advance, the way the
Yeah.
mail system works,
Right.
and all of a sudden said, I'm out,
Right.
where are they at?
Right.
What's my option?
Mhm, yeah.
A lot of people would just rather, oh, let's just go to the pharmacy.
Yeah, that's very true. That can happen. The mailing program, you can have it set up so that it automatically sends you refills, you know, so you're gonna have your refill sent 10 days in advance, you know, every time. But yeah, I mean,
Takes
there's
3
a
weeks
problem
now.
with the mail, then you're toast and you didn't get it in time, so, yeah, that can happen.
Is there any other questions? Or where you at, you got some more to present?
Yeah, I do. So,
Just getting
started.
well, just a few more things. This page here, it says contract changes summary. It's not really that we're changing your contract or so, I just want to point it out so that you don't get alarmed that we're going to sneak any contract changes to you. It's basically what we do every year. We kind of go through the wording and update the wording of our contracts to be to account for changes in the industry. And like basically what we're doing this year is we're adding electronically operated appliances, you know, like orthopedic, you know, electronic appliances, you know, rather than no, before we had mechanical appliances, you know, now we're saying that we're also covering the high, you know, technology appliances like, you know, a hand where you can move all your fingers and that kind of thing. Residential treatment centers are also now considered eligible providers. These are like thinking like a group house, you know, someone that's coming out of rehab and then needs to go to a group house. Those would be considered eligible providers as well. So that means that's covered. Manufacturer coupons, that is something important. And if you haven't been in a high dollar type of medication, you probably won't know about the manufacturer coupons, but prescription manufacturers have coupons available for people that have trouble, you know, paying for the high dollar medications. And why do they not apply the discount to the price right off the bat? It's just I mean, they just give them out to the ones that need them, period. And the ones that don't ask for it, they will charge them, you know, the full amount. So these coupons, we're talking, you know, a prescription medication that may be $1,500, you know, a month for a 30-day supply, and they can give you a $500 coupon. So what was happening is people would get these coupons taken to the pharmacy, and it would be like, you know, part of their payment to the pharmacy of this. So those $500 were being applied to the deductible. So we reworded our contract in order to account for those coupons and not being able to be applied to the deductible, because basically you cannot apply the deductible of something you didn't pay for. So that's what this means.
So they can still be applied.
They can still be applied.
But it just doesn't go towards the deductible.
It's not going to go towards the deductible.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. And well, that's a couple of things. Diabetic supplies, we've added Lancet devices also are being covered today. And we just like to point out about the formulary. The formulary is the list of medications that we cover. And that is changing regularly, so we always encourage all our members to be going on our website and look at, you know, if their prescription medication is covered and the alternatives that there are that could be less pricey as well. Next is your dental plan. Just a description of what the plan is today. There's no changes there. These two pages here kind of give us a little bit of an idea. The first one is a breakdown on how the payments, where they went to during the year, what we paid on drugs, and then on different types of services. And then at the bottom, basically summarized on what we paid on to hospitals, you know, the first line institution, comprehensive major medical, the IN for institutions, meaning hospitals, and the PR for professional, meaning the doctors. And then what we paid for dental and what we paid for drugs. So in total, we have about $804,000, of which, you know, $310 went to hospitals, $250,000 to doctors, $180 to medications, and $61,000 in dental. And then this one just gives you, it's a little snapshot. We always pull up, you know, claims that were in excess of $25,000 in the year. We had 5 members that were in excess of that. So if you look at, you know, we had $800,000, so about half of the claims paid were from 5 people in your plan. And that is very normal in all plans, and in any, it's kind of like in any industry, like when you have clients or customers too, you always say, you know, 20% of your sales or 80% of your sales come from 20%. This is kind of the same thing, you know. 20% of your people will, you know, have 80% of your claims, maybe more.
That's trending down, right? Going from 10
Well,
to 7 to 5.
This year, yeah, it is, this year, and I guess where did I have that on here? Yeah, we have a projection a lot lower for this year, so yeah, it is trending down. And then last but not least, on the numbers, and this is something for you to look at, and we can, I mean, if you have questions, you can go and look at any detailed number here if you want. But the first page basically shows you how the expenses or claims, you know, payments for this year and the last 2 years compared to, or split out, you know, in health, pharmacy, and total. What we paid currently $562. This is through December. And as compared to 1.1 million on health, for instance, you know, last year, and this year we paid half of it. The prior year, prior to last year, we paid close to about 100,000 more than what we paid this year, and so on. Pharmacy has been kind of stable. And then the second sheet of these in color kind of gives you a little bit of a comparison to what the book of business is, what all of our clients in Kansas are, so how you compare to those. That one that's pulled up here. So, you know, on inpatient expenses and outpatient and emergency room, all of those facilities, you've been under the average for the rest of the plans in Kansas, or the groups in Kansas. Minus 19, that's what the variance there means, minus 19%, minus 31, minus 17 on emergency room. And then the next two are what we call the loss ratio. This first one is for your health plan, the second one is for your dental plan. And that's just what it's been, you know, monthly throughout the year 2020. So overall, on health, we have a 71% loss ratio. So this year, you guys have actually done really, really good compared to the previous year.
COVID being in effect this year, that number goes clear back to where it was lower on our expenses and stuff. Does other companies our size, is the general trend due to COVID, is it coming down? I mean, because they're not out doing things, or they're not working?
Yes, we have seen an actual decrease in claims because people are just not going out and seeing doctors.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Really?
However, we are projecting that to go up, and that's why our trends actually are today are higher than they have been in the past, because we're expecting claims to increase significantly overall for everybody for next year, once people start coming out, going to the doctor, going to the dentist, and doing their elective procedures that they put off. So we are projecting to see more of that.
Also a factor in for less exposure, because you know there's some things that we're never going to go back from, like our telecommute capabilities and certain things like that. So is there a factor built in for that?
Not really.
Okay.
Today, no, because it's a big unknown, really. I mean, yeah, it is said, you know, we're not going to go back to a normal life, but that is hard to predict, really. I mean, and even, you know, how much, because like what we call the trends that we're projecting to increase, because people, you know, will start going back to the doctor and get the procedures done, is based on what people used to do, you know, before COVID. So we know what the volumes and what the usual activity is. So based on that is why, that's why we project, you know, the next year is gonna be higher than this year. But the other part, we really don't know, you know, it's just hard to, that would be just a,
Well, I can tell you.
a
that
wild
this-
guess.
Yeah, that this is one of the best years for the last 3 or 4 years that we've had
Yeah.
to address insurance, because most of the time it's sky high that we've looked at in the last 3 or 4 years to address insurance. That rises between years.
Yeah, and on that first page, we have the history there, you had a 15.7.
Yes.
15.8 almost, increase last year, 4.1, the previous year, 4.4, previous year, but in 2017 also, you had a dip of 13.7%, so.
So you picked a very good year to start. a good
I
year.
did, right? Yeah.
You take all the credit.
Good for me, good, yeah.
Good
That's how I
job.
like it.
Yeah, remember that next year.
Well, it all depends on you guys. Well, it's, you know, unfortunately, this is something that's, there are things we can do to control it. You know, we can't control our health if somebody comes up, you know, with a, you know, a cancer diagnosis, there's no way, you know.
I did
I
see
mean-
that on one of the pages.
Uh-huh.
Page
Supplemental.
Was that,
Supplemental cancer.
is that, now, no, if you don't have the
On
main
this one
policy,
here?
yes.
No.
Oh, you mean, yeah.
That's
Well, that
supplemental.
is something that I wanted to go next. If we don't have any other questions on the actual
Okay.
plan? Yes, on the left side here, we have some information on a variety of additional services that we offer. One is life. I believe you guys have life insurance with a company right now, or not?
Yes, we
You do
do.
for your employees, yeah, for everybody?
Yes.
That's paid for by
Yes.
county, okay. Yeah. So we do, I have you with Benefit Trust Life, is that the current one?
That doesn't sound right.
No.
It's through Benefits Direct.
It- Okay,
Is it American Income Life?
American.
Yeah, if that has changed, I
It
don't
has
know that,
changed.
I don't know
Okay.
the actual company, but we do
Okay.
have, we used to have it through Blue Cross Blue Shield, through the advanced
Uh-huh.
program, and also have the disability insurance, but then they just kind of priced themselves out of it, so we had to switch
Uh-huh.
companies at that time,
Mhm.
several years ago.
Okay, so you have the life and you have disability as well?
We have
still?
several optional insurances. We have the life that we pay for everyone. We have the optional disability insurance, and then we have different cancer plans and all kinds of different options,
Okay.
that we offer right now
They're
through another
voluntary
company.
for employees that want to
Voluntary,
take it.
right.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, and this is what this is, we have life insurance and, you guys did have it, and with that, there's also disability, short-term and long-term disability. And we do have too, this, cancer plan, which is, voluntary, and we don't have rates, listed here, and I don't know how it compares to what you currently have, you might take a look at that. And, just for additional, expenses, for people that are going through cancer. On the back side of the page, there's a hospital indemnity plan as well. Again, for additional expenses when people have to be hospitalized. Because of course, all of that is covered by the health plan, but there's always other expenses that you incur. Then we have a couple of sheets there on short-term and long-term disability. And then this, have you guys looked at an EAP plan before?
We have an EAP.
You do have an EAP?
Yes.
Okay, who do you have it with?
What's the compliance one?
Compliance one.
Compliance one?
It's also
Uh-huh.
the
Uh-huh.
company that handles our mandatory drug testing program.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so you have most of all of these products here too, and we do offer those too again, and if you ever wanna look at them again and okay, take a look at the EAP, see if we can quote you an EAP, see how we compare. If you guys wanna do that, we'd be happy to help with that as well. Any questions on that?
pleasant surprise.
Yeah.
All good.
And when do we have, when does that start? We have to have a.
May 1. We would like to have, Tina, on your folder or yours, this is not on the rest of theirs, you know, it's the materials that we need to get back, and we would like to have everything wrapped up, hopefully a month in advance, so that, you know, that gives time to get everything set up and packets mailed and ID cards mailed, and so that everybody, all the members have everything before the plan takes effect and on May 1st. So we can work with that on the paperwork and stuff, but the decision, your guys' decision to renew it, you know, we would like to have it soon.
Does the
So that
commission
we
have any problems, or are we looking, waiting for the date to go ahead and okay this, or do we want any other kind of plan that any other commissioner or Tina or Jerry have, the questions about moving forward with something?
My thought is, you know, with the rates coming in at the same level, basically, if the board is okay with not shopping around and looking at other options this year, I think this is, you know, a great year to stay where we are, but obviously we'll do whatever the board wants, but,
I'm not in favor of shopping around. That just cost us $8,000 last year, I think.
I would make the motion to accept the proposal for 5/21 renewal.
Okay, I have a motion
Presented.
by Dave Crowfoot to accept the presentation that presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield. Before I ask for a second, is there any other conversation, final conversation? I hear none. So I have a second by Jonah. I will ask all those in favor, say by individual here, Randy Dalkey, aye. Kent Becker,
All right.
Dave Mueller,
Aye.
Dave Crowfoot,
Aye.
Joan Gary.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0, unanimous.
Thank you. So, we will need this back, and I don't know who signed it. You wanna take care of that later?
yeah, we
Sign?
can, we'll make sure to take
Okay.
care.
Perfect.
Sherry, I'll need that folder temporarily.
Yes.
Okay.
You made it too easy.
Oh, that's good.
Gotta keep her.
Well, hopefully you don't hit us like last year with the 21%.
Well, when I was, when I started talking about, you know, a cancer, you can help it, you know, extensive, you know, have increased in claims, you know, when you have illnesses like that. But there are things that we can help. One of them is, you know, prescriptions, always encourage the members, you know, employees to visit with their doctors about alternative prescriptions, you know, go every time you can, go generic. Visits to the ER, we see that a lot still, you know, we try to encourage, you know, don't go to the ER unless you really need it. And we've kind of tried to put things there to motivate people to not go to the ER, like we used to have the plans, you know, where the ER would be, you know, $50 or $25 copay, or like a doctor's visit or whatnot. Well, we've have increased that in some plans, and $100 or even $300, you know, copay for the ER, to deter people to go to the ER unless they really need to. And so if they have just a stomach ache, you know, and if they can wait to go to the doctor's office the next day, that would be a lot better, because so those kind of things are things, you know, we can all be doing to keep the cost down. And we, Blue Cross and Blue Shield, are a mutual company, so that means, you know, all the money that comes in for premiums goes out to pay claims and for administration and operation expenses. So the more claims we have, the more we're going to have to collect to pay for the claims that are projected. So we can all work together on that and try to control our costs.
Very good.
Well, if there are
Thank
no
you.
more questions, I appreciate your guys' time.
Thank you.
This was easy enough. I appreciate your attention, and Tina and Sherry have my contact. If any one of you also, anytime have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out and call or email and ask.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good to see you all. Thanks.
And next year, if you come back out again, we're just gonna probably buy you dinner next year.
Okay.
If-
word.
If it's a,
You say it
if it's
depends.
a 0.4% or less, or 0.6% or less, or 0.7% or less.
No, be sure if it's about 25% or so, we'll have dinner before.
Yeah,
that.
you're lying. You're lying.
Maybe a few drinks. I don't know.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a
Good
good day.
deal.
All right, we'll see you. Thanks.
All righty. That's the first time we've ever been able to handle it and be happy and moving forward. I mean, that's a first still for a long time. Rebecca, she's over there in the office.
Last 4 years.
Are we gonna discuss how much the employees will be paying?
I think we'll bring that next week.
Okay.
Because then they can see the rate sheets. I didn't have you get those ready.
Okay, all right.
Good question.
You can't go, you gotta have a meeting there. You can just-
You should have cooked back
Cold.
on. He's right in the window there.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was bad earlier. Let's get going.
Start soaking in.
Anything to cool, we had them back at chair,
Yeah, that's why I left it there.
but it didn't help.
I have a
Morning.
thermometer in my window.
Uh-huh.
It's gone up from 58 degrees to 60 degrees this morning.
Oh, my.
The sun's shining on it.
And of course, my desk is right there.
Oh,
so-
my. Hope you have a little heater by your feet. Good.
Rebecca, just go right ahead. We'll keep right on moving here.
All right. You remember back in June, I came and talked to you about having US Imaging make images of my tract books. That has been done. The first set, which is the town lot books, I've got them, I've proofed them, they're very good. And what they did is they took the first page of each section, of each subdivision, and then they connected each of those pages to preceding pages. So if you're going through the book, you may start out in book 12 and then go to book 11 and book 9 and book 8 and book 6. With the way they have done that, I can just pull up one file and it's all of the history of that particular subdivision. So that's going to be great.
Good.
They are doing the same thing with the ranges. There was a little bit of a problem with that because in some of the oldest books, the section is on both sides of the page. And what they do is they stitch those two sides together so it comes up as one unit. They didn't do that on the ranges, so they're reworking that. But that I think is going to be a great benefit for our office. I am looking at replacing Joe's computer and the computer that we use to scan documents into our system. It's making awful noises. So waiting to hear on that. And then we are continuing to take old documents from the microfilm, run them through the system so that we actually have images of those documents on the computer. Just to give you an idea, we're currently working on mortgage book 364, and the microfilm goes back to book 340. You're talking about approximately 1,000 images per book. In deeds, we're currently working on book 351. That goes back to 316. Again, approximately 1,000 images per book. So Joe and I will be doing that the day before we roll our wheelchairs out of the office.
Job security.
Right.
But that should be a real asset. Once it's completed.
Once it's completed,
It'll make life easier.
yes.
Good.
So that's a good thing.
Good.
And that's all I have.
Well, thank you.
It's great news.
Keep right on looking for them numbers to go down.
Slowly but surely.
Yes.
I mean, I've only been working on this, 12 years?
Thank you.
Board of County Commission discussion, change of Board of Commission meeting times. That was sort of brought up last week at the end of the meeting by Kent, and it involves our Brad Jans with this.
And he is on the meeting.
And Brad is on the meeting, okay. Brad, would you?
Yes, sir.
Chime in here?
Yes. I'm always a little reluctant to propose these kinds of things because it impacts everyone else, but I started to have conversations with several of the board members and need to catch up with the others on several things individually. One of the primary things was the potential for, that had been discussed here and there in the past, changing our meeting time so that I could attend each and every meeting without any question about any kind of a conflict. And that's purely selfish motive on my part, because I have for many years had a docket call in Harvey County at 9 in the morning. I just discussed with the new magistrate this morning who's just been sworn, and she does not have a problem with moving me up as early as she can, which would be the 9 or 9:15 slot. But even at it's usually anywhere from 20 minutes to 45 before I'm out of there. So I'm never able to be at the meeting regularly at start time through the entire meeting. So kind of raise this, by no means do I want to try to dictate anything to anyone. I just thought if there was a possibility and there was a reason now with the seated commission to consider another time that might even be more advantageous to all of you, that this would be a good time to discuss it. I know I discussed it with Randy in terms of potentially, as an example, either Monday afternoons instead of Monday mornings, or whatever all their alternatives work. I have not really talked to Tina about it at all. So I'm just kind of tossing it out there as something that could be discussed if there's any receptiveness to it, or anyone is thinking that that might have advantages for your schedules as well.
So far, Brad, I've just had one department head talk to me a little bit about it. They could do whatever, but they was just wanting to make sure that if all this was done, that that we could move the meetings along, because they didn't want to be here till 5 or 6 o'clock, on a Monday, waiting for their turn, as sometimes we do have to wait. So that's the only. I've only talked to one department head, and I don't know about anybody else, whether anybody else has had a chance, because it was just mentioned last week. And I have not talked to Tina, what all it would entail with her. And so I think right now is something that I would like to try discussing it with everybody here, and the commission start with, and then we'll go to our department heads and see what they, the ones that visit us, and see what they have in station with that. So is there any commission comments from here?
I'd like to know what she thinks.
I wouldn't necessarily have any issue with moving it later in the day on Monday. I don't think it would be great to consistently be here past 5 if we don't have to be, or at least not much past. I don't really. And then just to make sure that if you all do make a change, that the outcome that you're looking for actually does occur.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's the total deal is to get our council here to have him sitting with a meeting, because something pops up and we've talked about culverts, and we've talked about cattle crossings this morning. So that would be something that he could put on his list and make sure that we're doing it right, whether we have the safety providers for cattle crossings out there called these cattle guards in our roads, and what happens if somebody hits. There's going to be a lawsuit probably, but are we protected by them? So
yeah, and I think that it is definitely going to be advantageous to have those items addressed as they come up, rather than having to try to remember to add them to the list, and then the list gets really long. So.
So, Dave.
Yeah, I feel that if we could start at 12:30 or 1, because so far we've been 3 or 4 hours in 3 groups every day. Then I guess check with the department and see if that would mess up. Now they're coming in early and then they go to work in the afternoon, but maybe other
get their Monday started
Yeah.
and then
I
come back.
know,
So,
I'm missing out a lot of work, because we have several meetings on Monday morning. I mean, it'd work a whole lot better for me,
Yeah.
but I have to play catch up when I get back.
Right, any kind of lead position, typically Monday morning's the worst, is you try to go get your staff set, and then you go about your day.
Yeah.
It'd probably work better for both me and Jonah, because we got other people that depend on us for leadership sometimes.
Well, I'll chime in here on me, is that I think it would work better for me. We always try to have a meeting and get going Monday mornings and stuff, so.
Okay, I got a message, I'm sorry, from Brad. He says he can't hear anything.
Oh,
Okay.
So I don't think we've lost connection.
his says off on his name, like he lost connection.
Okay.
So, but I know that I probably can switch if we have to go that way, but
Hello.
I think we would.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna go ahead and just say that, I think
I
I
think
can
you
do
would
it
have to
too.
get off and get back on.
Left the other two.
It's not an issue for me.
Okay.
Okay.
I talked to Brad at some length
Okay.
about it.
I can try to just turn you up and
I just think
on
it's
my phone here.
gonna be advantageous to have him available all the time.
Okay.
Yes.
Because we're finding out that all of a sudden we're hung up. So I just think a 12:30 start on Monday would be advantageous.
I agree with Kent. I think the afternoon might give our department heads time to get things going in the morning. I agree, I think 12:30 would be a great time to start.
What do you think about a 12:30, just roughly, Brad?
I would be just fine with that. I'm sorry, I got knocked off of the system about the time I finished speaking, so I'm trying to refresh that, and Tina's just kind enough to let me hear things right now on my cell phone. But yeah, 12:30 would be great. The 9 o'clock docket, I'm usually done by 10:30 or so. And depending upon what's convenient for everyone, that would allow me to just block that time off on a day or weekly basis, so that I wouldn't have any other potential conflicts with it.
Okay, Jonah?
Does that also apply to any, say like next week, like where it's not gonna be a Monday, where it'd be a Tuesday, or do you have any conflicts for Tuesday afternoons?
Sometimes on Tuesday afternoon, but I could still generally block off from 12:30. Oh, the earliest I would have to leave ever on a Tuesday afternoon. I've got one or two a month where I have to be at Harrington at 4 o'clock. So, I'd leave, I'm halfway there at Marion, so leave at 3:30. That would still give me, what is our normal meeting time? Like if we usually go 2 to 3 hours of that availability. It's occasionally you're always going to have some type of a conflict that can arise, but consistently I don't have some kind of a set obligation on Monday or Tuesday afternoon that early, with the exception perhaps of one Tuesday a month.
Okay, then, I don't know that it's real critical, but, so typically, it's not gonna be a Wednesday, because if it was the end of the month, it would be on the Monday. But if it was, so Thursday or Friday, are those afternoons ever a conflict?
Thursday would always be a problem. I've been the judge in Macon for 28 years, and we have court on Thursday, so it's always just kind of blacked out. Friday would be no issue at all.
No,
I keep that day open.
We normally
to try to catch
don't
up
need
everything.
him on payday.
It comes up sometimes, so I just was asking, but would it also be always beneficial to do payday in the mornings? I'm just asking for your.
I hadn't really thought that through. I mean, it's nice it's nice to do that in the mornings, because then we can, send out the checks and make sure everybody has all their stuff. But that, it doesn't have to be, and I don't know how confusing that might be would that be confusing to the public, or to do paydays in the morning,
Normally,
but
right.
every other meeting in the afternoon?
I know we've kind of deviated from payday, but when we first started talking about doing the payday, that was it. Unless there was something emergency.
Yes.
Well, normally we don't have any press on payday,
Right.
anything like that, so, and Brad would not have to be here, payday.
And I think we could get back to that, to going directly to payday could be payday only and stuff like that too.
So I don't know that that would be an issue. We could have payday on at 9 o'clock in the morning and.
Yeah, and not have to have read that day. I mean, that's sort of what I would expect, I mean, really. And if you remember in our contract, we didn't ask for him full-time, because there was some time that the contract wasn't for full-time when we started. Right, Brad?
Yes, but yeah, I've just found that if, I think as everyone probably has realized, if it tends to be the days that I am not there, that something comes up.
Yeah.
And so I finally got to the point of just trying to be there, at least for part of the meeting, either on GoToMeeting now or in person. I'm just planning on it every Monday. And the more of that has I've experienced, the more I thought it would probably just be better if I was able to be there from start to finish for the whole thing in person. So that's the reason that I brought it up. I'll work with whatever the commission needs or staff needs, but I just thought, well, I'd at least like to raise it, discuss it, see if there's an option for something like that, and if it's advantageous in some ways for department heads or for the commission to look at an alternative time. If not, we'll work around it.
Tentatively then, Brad, we'll go ahead and decide whether we're going to finalize it and do something, but 1st of March, if we was to implement it, would that be a good time to start it for everybody?
Yep, for me, anytime, especially if we were using Monday afternoons, because I've looked at that, and thought, I can pretty much keep that clear. There's a rare exception for all of us, I think, but that would be very much an exception to the rule where there would be a conflict with that.
Okay, Jonah?
We're gonna run into a conflict here pretty quick, because we're talking about WSU, we're talking about, those are all afternoon half days, right, events?
We could do those mornings.
Okay, well, I'm just
Yeah.
making sure
Yeah, we
everybody's
just have to flip flop it to a morning.
thinking all these things.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, that we just give us time here to get out of February and get into March so we can have a plan.
Is there
Well-
a thing, do we have to give notice that we're changing times? Can we change it weekly?
There'd probably have to be a legal notice to that.
Well, and wouldn't we need a resolution, Brad, to make a change?
Yes, yeah, we would pass a resolution indicating the change of time, because that's your regularly scheduled time, and we do that by resolution, and then obviously the meeting notices that we do each week would be no different, just reflecting the new time.
Okay.
Does that require a legal notice?
Well, the resolution would, yes. I mean, we need to pass a resolution
But I mean,
indicating what our regularly scheduled meeting will be.
I'm just talking about a legal notice published in a paper.
Published in the paper.
Yeah, I normally would expect that resolution. I'll have to double
So
check
that's
it,
2
but normally anytime we're gonna change the formal meeting time on the week, or weekly, that it should be published.
Okay. All righty. As of right now, I guess it's up to us to decide.
So if we wait until next week to pass the resolution, that doesn't give us, that doesn't give us enough time for the
March 1st.
for the 1st.
No, we can move it down.
We'd have to move it to the 2nd week
Yeah.
of March.
To get the 2 weeks in the paper and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah. So, I think that's up to us right now then, Brad, as far as I'm concerned. Everybody's heard, and it's up to us what we'd like to do here, and make that decision, move forward, and try. And I would, if we could try it for 3 months, see what happens, see how it goes. And if we
Like I said, the way it is now, I'll do my best to clear as many Mondays as I can going forward, but I just know that I always have that inherent one that I'd have to somehow rearrange with this new judge to 2 times a month versus 4 or something. But I know some Monday mornings there's always going to be that potential issue.
Yeah.
So, but either way, it's fine. I just thought I'd raise it for discussion purposes, and if there was a reception for it, that'd be great. If not, then we'll work with it the way it is. So.
Okay. Thank you, Brad. I'm going to move here and ask the commission for some advice on exactly if we want to pursue that. Is everybody okay? I mean, it seemed to be okay.
We need a motion to change it.
Resolution.
Well, Do we first have to have a motion to?
I think you could just do a directive. And
Directive.
the resolution can be prepared, and then you can review that and
Right.
adopt the resolution, and that would be your action.
That would be the formal action at that time on the resolution. If there was just general consensus or instruction to prepare it, then I can get it ready.
Now, do you want to talk to any other department heads first? The only one I've talked to is Bryce, excuse me. So far, I haven't talked to Josh or anybody else so far, so.
You know what we're talking about?
Yeah. He's out there,
Yeah.
so.
Or any of the
If we met
department
at
heads
12:30
that
instead
are
of
on right
9
now.
o'clock.
I don't have a problem with that.
Moving it, okay.
So
Department heads are lighting up the building, here we go.
Travis Parmley says works fine for him.
I would think it would be advantageous for the department heads,
Yeah.
just because of Monday morning.
I think we'll just give a directive to go ahead to produce the resolution and stuff, and then maybe I can sort of go around and find out from the department heads and see if they have any real problem I can bring to them.
One me.
So, I think we'll try that, Brad, and see if we have you guys give us a resolution, and then maybe I can visit with all the department heads by next week. And I'll know whether there's any really outstanding problems.
Okay. I'll prepare that.
All righty. Anything else that we'd like to say to Brad while we're on there? Okay?
What was the? Something that came up earlier. You alluded to it just a minute ago.
Oh, the
Cattle guards.
cattle guards. Yeah, you might update us on some cattle guard information, whether have to have what kind of signage, or Bryce is looking for signage, but if we get sued by somebody hitting them or what, you might look at that, give us some directives on that.
Okay.
We've got some in place already, but I'm hearing some static from some people that has to use them.
Okay. I'll take a look at that.
Okay? All righty. Randy Frank, are you on here?
Yes, I am.
So go ahead and ask him first too.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask you, do you have any time whether you meet us in the afternoon or mornings with us? Do you have any problem with that? We're trying to make our legal counsel be available, and that's what this is all about, Randy.
No, whatever you choose is fine, because I can just work around my schedule and get a different slot.
Okay, all righty. Okay, thank you. Go ahead with your business.
In your package, you should have received some bids and some information on purchasing a new vehicle for emergency management. We have a 2012 Silverado. It's just about 160,000 miles on it, and the bed is rusting out. And that's the challenge we have. I requested bids about almost 2 months ago. 2 of the companies in the area have called back and withdrew their bids. That's Hillsboro Ford and Midway Motors in Hillsboro. They weren't able to make a request quick enough before the manufacturer said no more bidding. But McPherson Midway Motors did put in 2 bids before they got shut down. So they have 2 active bids for us. One is for both of them are 2001 vehicles, 3/4 ton. One's a Ram truck and the other one is an F-250. The Ram truck is $34,012 and the F-250 is $34,860. And they can both, either one would be delivered within 12 weeks. Because he when we asked him for a bid, he went ahead and just ordered the vehicles. So that's how he got in before the manufacturer shut things down.
And you have that set back in your budget?
Yes, yeah, I've been saving that for years now. We have $35,000 in the budget for a vehicle and another $10,000 for capital gains, which will take care of any expenses within the vehicle once we get it.
And the difference, that was a Ford at a certain price and a Dodge, correct?
That's correct. The Ford was at $34,860 and the Dodge Ram was $34,012.
Okay. And you're just asking for permission to go ahead with this, correct? One of the two.
Correct.
Well, we were talking earlier about these vehicles and that even though they can't get a fleet, the way Bryce explained it, they could find one and then do the package through the state purchasing.
Yeah, that's what Bryce was telling us, Randy.
In your emails, excuse me, in your packet, there's an email from both Midway Motors and Hillsborough Ford saying, sorry, we can't do it this year. Please try us next year.
No, what
So they've already backed out.
what he's talking about is, there's a government fleet program.
Farm off the lot.
Yeah, where we're not actually going through any dealer. It's, I can't remember what it is.
They go out and find one someplace, Texas, Oklahoma.
Trying to think who was the last one.
Yeah, but it's the dealer is in Kansas.
Travis.
You always have a dealer.
Oh, yeah, it comes back through the dealer.
In fact, a lot of counties, that's all they use. Erie County, that's all they use. Because I know last year or the year before,
Because of the time.
Davis Moore had that contract with the state.
I don't know where the pricing's gonna go with it. I mean, usually
Well,
it's cheaper.
we don't know.
You don't know until they find what accessories the vehicle will have on it.
Right. And then these, you say one of these was accidentally ordered? Randy?
Say again, please.
One of these was accidentally ordered rather than bidding it?
No.
Oh.
When he gave the bid, he placed the order for the vehicles so that because he knew that the company was going to shut things down.
I see.
So he wanted to be able to have a vehicle to provide. He says he can cancel the orders anytime he needs to.
I see. Which unit is that?
That would be the Ram truck and the 250 Ford, both of them with Midway Motors and McPherson.
He ordered both of them then?
Correct.
Which they need inventory.
Mhm.
So is there any reason not to proceed with one of these?
Oh, it's just
Just the 12 weeks.
I mean, and always like to prefer to buy local. I mean, that's,
That's
That
not
is
an option.
about
Yeah.
what we can get.
Yeah, because we can't, they won't do the warranty work in Hillsborough, even though that's Midway Motors.
right. And the Ford can't touch Fords either, so.
I don't know if we have much choice, but I really think we need to have some type of purchasing policy so that all of our department heads know that we prefer to buy in county. We know that sometimes it just doesn't work, but we don't have anything in writing. I'll say that.
Well,
and it's caused us, it has caused us some issues.
if, I mean, just based on the facts here, if Hillsborough Ford was able to provide the vehicle, I mean, being that they can't get it is the problem. If they were able to provide the vehicle, they blew everybody else. They blew everybody else out of the water.
That's why I'm stating it. If a local dealer can go out and find that vehicle that meet all those specs, and they can go through the state program. You know, I'm not saying that it would be the exact, I don't know, be the exact same amount of that or
They
not.
might have all these backup cameras that we don't need on this one or something.
Plus, you might even be able to get it sooner.
You have to send-
These dealers can find one anywhere in the country and have it here in a week or 10 days, I'll bet. I just,
Do you understand what Kent's talking about, Randy?
I do hear what he's talking about, and I visited with the local dealers, as you can see in the packet.
Correct, no, but this is a different deal, that if we charged a local dealer to go out and bring one back, that's what he's asking. I think that's what Kent's
Yeah,
asking for, is
yeah.
to charge a dealer with going out and seeing if they can find one, doing their trading with another dealer in the state somewhere, and come back and bring us
well,
something.
even out of state.
Or out of state, we don't care where they trade
It
from.
might be white instead of red or something like that.
Yeah. I think you ordered these in white?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
It's easier.
White seems to be the color of most of the county vehicles, so I decided to go with that.
And I seen a white emergency management truck in Central County here the other day too, so.
It's just, under this program, we're kind of tying the hands of our local dealers. Whereas if we went to them and said, go find it for us, and then we could still run it through the program to basically get the discounts that come with that.
So I wonder why they didn't try to go find one.
Well, I don't think, I don't think they knew that they had that option. I might be wrong, Joni.
I mean, if I go and look for a car, I can't order one, because they'll go out and find one the last couple of times, you know.
Yeah.
They don't want you to order one, they want you to sell it to you right then.
I think what the question is right now is, do we want to charge one of our county dealers here in Marion County with going out and trying to find this vehicle that you asked for, Randy, you know, try and find that and bring it back to us, see if they can find one, not ordering it. I mean, they've turned us down on ordering it, but what the question is can we go out and have them find it and bring something back and see if they're close to this price?
This was all based on that fleet sales.
So
Yeah.
you're asking if they can pull one off a lot.
Yeah,
Rather
dealer might
than-
be in Milwaukee or something,
Rather
sitting
than
there,
ordering
sitting
it.
there.
But does it qualify as a fleet thing? I mean, that's a car company.
Or getting the government pricing. Is
Yeah.
this
Right.
fleet pricing, Randy, that you think we're getting, or is this
Yeah.
This is fleet
This is
price.
fleet
This is
pricing.
the government pricing, yes.
or just government pricing?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just,
It's all the same.
Is it one and the same? I don't know.
it's way cheaper than you and I could buy it.
Correct, correct.
Wait.
But if you get one off the lot, does it qualify for government price?
I thought they did, but I don't know. I don't know that one for sure.
That's a question of the dealer. I wouldn't have any clue.
Okay.
I think it may be something that we need to know.
Yeah, before, this is a big enough item purchase, it probably wouldn't hurt to ask some questions before making a decision.
Okay, but now,
And
I
you're
mean,
looking at
okay, now, wait a
Ford
minute
or
now.
Chrysler.
We can't go to Midway and ask them to ask for Ford.
Well, Midway has a Ford, but it's just from McPherson.
Yeah.
I mean, we really only have one local dealer per se that's located, the business is located,
And wholeheartedly in Marion County.
that could supply that type of vehicle.
But the other dealer does a lot of business in our county, and
Sure.
so
You got a lot of employees.
they got employees, I mean, this sort of.
But this one's through McPherson. This isn't through.
Correct, it's through McPherson.
It'll never see the door of the building in Hillsborough to get worked on.
Yeah.
They work on my GMC pickup in Hillsborough.
No, that, if you buy this
I know,
vehicle,
but mine, I bought mine through the Newton store.
yeah, but I'm talking about if we buy this Dodge through Midway Motors in McPherson,
Ask me.
that is the only place that's gonna do the warranty work.
There's no Dodge dealer in Marion County.
Yeah, that's sort of crazy.
I think that's a Ford dealer.
I think it'd be a simple question of dealer, can you go out and find one and then get,
It's the same price.
well, get government pricing on it? I don't know. Maybe it can't. I just don't think we've ever
Okay, Randy, I
pursued
got
that.
one question. You put a Ford and a Dodge here back to us, is what you've got, correct?
That's what, yes, those are the two that were bid to me.
So, in order to equal this ballgame out, so Midway, could they put a price, go out, and if we do this, come out and charge a dealer, then I would charge Midway with coming out with a Chevrolet truck, and see if they can come in at a price.
Yeah.
Well, Chevrolet's like Ford, they can't bid on 2021 vehicles.
No, not bid, Randy.
That-
This
that's-
is where they go out
I'm
and
sorry.
they try to find one at a dealership in Oklahoma, someplace else, and trade. And then bring it back to us.
Locate one for us, bring it back and get it at the government rate.
And then you, I'm not sure what all the rules are, but I would think if you did that, you would lose all the government, the less expenses to the government.
And we might, I'm not.
Well, that's our question, I
That
guess.
is our question, to see if that can happen. I don't know that. You may be right, Randy. We don't know. I'm just saying that. So, and I think that's what the commission wants to do is find out this week whether that's available or not, or if it's not available to do that for our dealers, then what do you want to do, commission?
Proceed with one of them that's been offered.
Okay.
Chrysler is the
Oh,
cheapest.
And do you have a
I'm not-
choice between the Chrysler or the Ford?
You know, I'm not a legal person, and Brad would answer this question, but if you put out a bid and then you go back and ask two other people for the same vehicle to do it a different way, are you violating some rules here?
No.
I'm not knowledgeable enough to know that. I just
We
want
would
to
have
throw
to
it out there.
reject, we'd have to reject the bids first.
Because one didn't give us a bid on time.
Yeah. We'd have to reject the bids first, and then it would have to be put back out for everybody to do the same.
And if you reject the bids, then we lose the two we possibly could buy.
Yeah.
I would almost accept this time, then maybe find out for the next one that comes up, whether we buy off the lot or we have to special order to get the government contract. You know, if we see one come across the lot and we're thinking about buying one in the next 3 months, we'll buy that one right now. Is that making sense?
I understand what you're saying, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I feel that I have two people, and I'm, either way, it's gonna be one of the deals, I don't know. We all wanna support our local dealers.
Yeah, I hate to lose $2,000.
If you buy one off the lot somewhere else, and
Yeah,
then have them bring it back and
Dealer
not get
took,
the.
yeah, because you got $500, you did from point A to point B. Somebody's got to pay for that.
Right.
So this truck coming out of Texas would be $500
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, or, yes, agree.
Okay, so this pickup purchase is under Randy Frank's budget, the emergency management budget.
Yes.
He's got money.
So the department head has the authority to purchase the pickup.
No,
No.
not
The
with that.
commission
Commission
still-
has to approve it.
Still has to approve the purchase?
Yes.
Because of the dollar amount.
Because of the dollar amount.
Departments have, we do have a purchasing policy, and it allows, it basically says anything over $1,000, the departments are to bring to the board for approval. It outlines when bids are necessary. It does say something in there in writing about, local vendors, but it's not, we don't always have a local vendor.
Right. Well, in
So-
this case, we-
And it basically, I think, just says that local vendors are preferred when possible, or, I have to look at it exactly, but.
And then we even went to that percentage, that it-
We never implemented a percent
No,
into
just
our
sort of-
official written policy.
Right. So,
I'd make the motion that we allow emergency management to proceed with the lowest purchase.
Dodge.
The Dodge Ram, 2021 Ram pickup, $34,012.
Have a motion on the floor to proceed with purchasing the Dodge Ram pickup at $34,012. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, I have a second by Dave Crowfoot. All those in favor of purchasing a pickup at the $34,012, 2021 Dodge, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 3. Do I hear any more ayes? No, I don't hear any objections. Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I hear 2 of them. 3-2, motion passed. Kent and Jonah is
Dissent.
is negative.
Nay.
Yay, nay, yes. So Randy,
Thank you for your time.
so we will purchase the Dodge pickup at $34,012.
Thank you for your time.
And I think that what's come up today needs to be perceived. Is this due to the coronavirus? And I don't know how many things we're gonna, you know.
Let's blame it on everything.
Yeah, so.
And I would like to maybe do some research with the dealers, ask them, spot buy or ordering,
Right.
is it the same price?
If they can get the government pricing on it.
Yeah, government, that makes
I
sense.
don't think they can probably, that's why I'm leaning
Yeah,
towards
I
my
know.
I vote, is I don't think they can.
At least some.
From what I've heard before, so I don't know, we'll see. Okay, Randy, anything else?
No, sir. Thank you for your time.
All righty.
Hey, Randy,
Yes.
Yeah.
have you got the parking and the shot, outside shots stuff figured out yet?
Well, the discussion we had was use the circle drive there where you're going to get your coffee from Starbucks. To use that because that'll be the closest one, so you can loop people in there and still observe them. So you can probably stack about 6 to 8 vehicles in there
Okay.
at a time. We hope we don't have that many because it will be cold.
Yeah, we never hit over 4 so far at a time.
Yeah. And you should have received I requested the weather service to give us a daily projection of the cold. You should have gotten that this morning.
Yeah.
We'll get those all 3 days this week before the event.
I don't like those. Don't wanna know how cold it's gonna be.
I don't make them up, I just pass them on.
Well,
Or
and
dirty.
I think you're gonna have to take charge over there, and we know that we've got people coming to the other place. I think you need to take charge, Randy, and make sure that there's something set there to where we can direct people, maps, whatever, because I know we're gonna have some people getting lost trying to find the building where it's at.
We've already made the map, we will have someone there.
Okay.
So you have somebody at the fairgrounds redirecting the people that.
Did you hear that?
That's correct, we'll have someone at fairgrounds, we'll also give the individuals a map as well, and on the map has directions where to turn.
Okay. Now, did you put the white trailer back in the fairgrounds building, or is it back in the other building?
It's back in the other building.
Okay.
We won't be using it for several weeks, so we just put it away.
Well, and I'm seeing in the paper that they're announcing things for plans for expansion, so I think we need to look and see whether the white trailer and everything fits in the fairground building, and we'll probably have to make some adjustments here, maybe, but you know, I think we need to look forward to find another place for our equipment out of the country where we're storing it right now. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Bye. Okay. Josh, we're finally getting to you, bud. Morning.
Morning. The County Weed Directors Association of Kansas, the weed department is part of that. And we are doing scholarships for students, and we're trying to get donations. And I would like to donate 100, 150 from my budget to, buy something, because they do raffles and auctions and that at our convention. And I wanted to make sure I can do that.
Is this towards the scholarship, or is this?
Yes. All the money that we make, and the things we buy and we raffle off and have.
Okay, so the stuff you buy for the raffle would then come back as somebody buy it, and that money would go back to the.
Yeah, it'd go back to the scholarship fund.
Okay. So, is there any procedure that we have against something like that to, out of our?
Well, I think it's good that he came to ask you, because other, I think it's outside of what.
Association,
It's not an expense that would typically be purchased out of county funds.
Right,
So.
you're not retaining it. You're not being the end user.
Right. County Clerks Association does the same thing, and, anyway, I don't know
No.
what other ones do, but.
Right, but there could be 6, 7 of them, yeah, something to this effect, so.
Yeah,
Only other funds that I would know of would be sales tax to take something out like this out of. And then if we set a policy to do something like that, that's the only thing that I would see. I don't know, Tina, correct me if you think there's something else to do something like that out of, or if that's a violation, let me know. Or Brad, if you're listening, keep, you know, whatever. If I'm violating something, that's the only fund that I would suggest. And maybe thinking with the possibility there may be $1,000 a year go out of that. Now, if that's not a wise use of the sales tax money, then Josh, I don't know where we're gonna come up with. Unless the commission votes. I'm open for suggestions. I'm just throwing out what I think may be possible.
Well, he's talking about no more than $150. I don't see that being a huge issue, other than approving it.
Yeah, I just think it should always be a board approval.
Yep.
Should
And
be-
I'll make that motion, that Josh can direct up to $150 out of the weed budget towards scholarship, state level.
Second by Dave Mueller. Is that,
Yes.
Dave, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I have a motion by Kent, second by Dave Mueller for, okaying $150 towards this, purchasing something for the scholarship fund for his, what is it, transfers?
Noxious weed.
Noxious weed department's, annual meeting, is that what it is?
Mhm.
Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. There's 5-0.
Be an in-person meeting this year.
Yeah, a lot of us were waiting on whether it was gonna happen this
Yeah.
year and stuff, so we're, the transfer station, the kingpin on one of the trailers is loose, and they found that. I've got somebody trying to come out to look at it, to try getting it fixed. That's just the update on, let you guys know on that, so.
Which model trailer is it? Is it the oldest or the worst one, or is it the best and newest?
I think it's the oldest, it's the 805, and that's before they started using the
Okay.
the numbers
Okay.
for the years.
Is it worse than 813?
It's better than 813 sidewise.
Okay.
I've been playing catch up, and I was gonna start on trying to get bids on that trailer to get it fixed and stuff. Well, this come up, and I think this trailer takes a little more priority on
Don't
it.
you have funds for the trailer for this year?
I think I should have. I hadn't paid real close attention, but I should have enough for a trailer.
been too busy running the truck back.
I have been, yes.
Okay. Take a look. Listen, if it is, we need to get the order out for it. If that's, then we can get, the
Okay.
trailer headed this way.
Okay.
What else do you have?
I did call and talk to the city of Marion. I talked to Tim about, if the 10 o'clock, if we did for recycling from 8 to 10, if that was okay with them. Tim said he was fine with that because they bring in about 8:30 is when they bring that truck in. Because they do it on Wednesday, truck sits Friday mornings, they bring it into us.
Oh.
I talked to Dale at Hillsboro. He was okay with it. He just, if something happened, would you guys work with us and, holding that trailer for 10, 15, 30 minutes? I said, I will work with you.
Yeah.
I'm always trying to work with the cities
Right.
and to do things like that to help them out too, so.
Wait till they show up.
Mhm.
And Florence has no recycling?
Florence has no recycling. Those are our only two recyclings that come in
Okay.
to us.
Okay. All right.
Here's any more on out of city.
For the recycle, we got people throughout the week, that bring up, and since we've got that bin out, that makes it easier for them, and they use it. And I've dumped the bin once. I wait till it gets full before I dump it. So.
How much stuff from 4 o'clock till, 5 or 5:30, which you close?
We've only been, they said, figures maybe 1 in the morning, 1 or 2 in the evening, It's about 1 to 2 people a day is all it's, and there's sometimes they don't get anybody throughout
Of course, I know it's not warm weather yet, I understand that. But have you had people throw like lumber and stuff through that side at that time in the evening, or?
They haven't had any, I haven't heard them say anything about, people throwing a bunch of C&D through there, but.
Okay.
So that's.
Just wondering how that's working. Okay. So, time change, is that just sort of a directive that we can give Josh to go ahead with this, to change the times on this, or for trailers and stuff?
Oh, as long as he's got it worked out with the city.
I think that's up to him.
Okay. Good enough? You can do that?
Yeah. If they start screaming at us, we'll have a talk with you.
Josh did it.
I've tried working with the cities. I did that over the holidays with Hillsborough.
Yes.
I come
They're
in
very appreciative too.
Yeah.
for an hour or so they can drop their load. So.
Yeah.
They were very happy.
And I think the commission needs to know that you went in and so they could drop their load and get it out. And, sat there till Monday and then cleaned it up.
Yeah. Predetermined, worked it out ahead of time.
Yeah, we worked it out ahead of time, so we was just
forward thinking.
go in and
Yes.
and do it. So.
And I hope they know that they can talk to you like that.
Yeah. Dell, he's got questions. Dell calls and talks to me. And
If
stuff.
Florence does, I hope they do too. I mean, if they've got a question or a problem too. Okay. Well, thank you, Josh. If you have nothing,
That's all.
good deal. Your drivers do good.
Yep. I've got him hauled off right now. I'm trying to let the roads clear before I let him go.
Right.
So, all right. That's
Okay. All righty.
Thank you.
Moving into the end of the meeting here, public comments. Anybody online? Anybody in the chat box either? I don't know whether, I don't have a chat box.
As of right now, there's nobody has unmuted or gone to the chat box with a comment.
The last chat was Travis saying that moving the meeting works for him. So.
Okay. All righty. I had one person, but apparently they're not on there today, but I have one person, I said, well, go ahead and put your chat on there so we can see it. Because like Lou did last week or so, we could see it. And then you can, they said, well, there's so much time. I said, just leave it on there. Then we'll take it and acknowledge it when we get there to it, so. All righty. Moving on to commission comments, if I have no public comments.
I was just gonna mention, I did finish the training for new commissioners. It was like 19 hours online. So I sat through it all. And it was very good. I don't dig.
I'll listen, maybe all but one. I missed his. So.
The best one was probably the 2 experienced commissioners just answering questions. So it was just like sitting at, over lunch and people bringing up questions out of the audience. It was very, very good. So I appreciate the county being able to do the training. It was good. I'm doing the 4-part public health webinars. Got through 2 of those. And then there was a legislative one. And there is a bill, there's a hearing on tomorrow, I think you're all aware of it coming up. I did send John Barker a letter just for me as an individual, but hopefully that'll.
You and Barker's territory?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
That splits off over up there somewhere?
Yeah, I'm in his area.
Yeah, I'm in. Really?
Yeah, it splits off.
That's weird.
Up
There's a
above.
little Mary County dive,
I think
don't
it
it?
splits off up above.
There's
above
56 through Marion.
It doesn't dive in our county.
I'm Stephen Owens, so.
Yeah, right. Hillsborough, all of Hillsborough is.
Yeah, so it's Peabody.
Up north is, and then it must circle down through Marion.
Somehow.
I think that what you're relating to is that, was that 20 HR
2142, I think.
Right.
and
42.
that has been-
2142. We hope it goes away, but If it,
Yeah, it's
if
got
it
to deal with the
comes
property
up, then we're
tax.
gonna need to talk about
Property
it.
tax.
But let's hope it doesn't come out of committee.
Could be impact of a lot of counties.
Devastating.
Every county,
It-
fast.
You're talking about the small businesses coming out on property tax?
It's not necessarily just small business,
Or
Any
it's
business.
any
Any
business.
Any business, any business.
And, the way it's written, you know, we levy taxes on behalf of all the districts, and we also collect taxes and distribute it.
Yeah.
But the way that the bill is currently written, it basically would say, it has a mechanism for a business to apply for a refund, and the county would have to actually refund all the money, even if from our funds. Even though all our funds only, are about 20 to 30 cents on the dollar.
Yeah,
The rest of the
It would
funds are
be-
distributed.
It's also
Who's
if it doesn't.
sponsoring that bill?
I don't remember the name, but it's in the tax committee, the hearing tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
It doesn't lay out real well either. It's basically a hardship. So
Yeah.
even if a restaurant failed the health inspection and had to close,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not spelled out very well.
There's multitude of problems with it.
Yeah.
So let's just hope it goes away. We don't hear about it more. If we do, we're gonna have long talks.
Yeah.
So that was it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I just warn all of our employees that when they know the weather, I mean, the weather's not good, and do what we have to do to keep people safe in this kind of weather. And so, if we have to go out of our way, I would stand behind any of our employees that thinks that we need to go get a hold of some of the commissioners or ask them so we can get something, if they find a problem that we need to address. I don't know what it may be, but there's gonna be problems all over with this kind of weather. So, I guess we can recess till, 1 o'clock
Okay.
with McGrath. We'll be back at 1 o'clock here for the pay plan. But that's not there in person, correct?
They will be on the meeting, they are not coming in person.
They're not coming in person, okay. 1 o'clock.
I see my name's not on the pod for Wednesday. At all.
I'm looking for volunteers.
I will be at the hospital Wednesday morning. I can't be here Wednesday.
Well, then I will be there Wednesday.
Okay.
I will take your place on Wednesday.
Okay.
Does that be all day?
Yeah, I won't be here.
Well, then I'll take your place.
Wife's having a bypass.
I mean, aren't you supposed to be collecting the
Yeah.
names?
Mhm.
You never asked me.
I was going to today.
There you go. And put me down for afternoon.
Afternoon, okay.
And if they need someone at the fairgrounds, I'd be happy to go down there and sit in the vehicle.
Yeah, I can do either way.
You do the morning,
Huh?
do morning,
Yeah, because Randy's not gonna be there at all.
they got info all day, do they?
Yeah, I'm gone all day.
So why don't you put my name on there and just keep it on there too, and then if one of us can't
Yeah.
be there, then
Right, we
the
can
other can
change.
fill
Yeah,
in.
yeah, Marcy made that up.
Okay. Tell her to get her act together.
Yeah.
So do we want, well, we'll go into the Zoom meeting. Okay, so I'll get out of this.
Tina.
Turning on cameras here. Maybe. Yep, it's on.
Make a mess. Hold your two ball, but I need to play back. Can you play back? Well,
Yes. Okay.
This conference will now be recorded.
Commissioner Wheeler, can you verify, is that red light on the camera?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mueller.
Yeah.
Look at all
Turning this meeting all upside down.
Okay.
We got one more commissioner here. Maybe he'll be here shortly. I haven't looked, see if he's parked out there. I'll wait just a little bit for him, but if he don't show up, well, we'll get started. You know, I don't see him. Oh yeah, his pickup's there. Yeah, he's coming.
Should have bought them things. Keep going after him, keep going after him. There he is.
All righty, we're gonna re-adjourn this meeting, or do something to this meeting, re-adjourn it, yeah. Yeah, this meeting is called to order again after recess. So we have the ladies on the line from McGrath. Jonah.
Add one item to the agenda after McGrath.
Okay.
Make an approval for the Sparks
Report for February.
Okay, we'll add to our agenda, after McGrath is done, then we'll approve the Sparks report that we just received today. So, all right, with McGrath, I think is everybody ready? Tina, you ready? And everybody?
Yes, I think we're
Okay,
ready.
I'm gonna turn it over to them and listen and just let us know what you need from us.
Well, thank you very much. I think I'm the one that's starting.
Okay.
I'm Dr. Victoria McGrath. I'm CEO of McGrath Human Resources Group, and we were the group that was asked to come in back in 2018 to do a compensation study. I'm going to be turning the vast preponderance of this presentation over to Milena, and she will definitely introduce herself for a second. But just so you know who you're talking to, because I understand we have some new players in the room. McGrath Consulting Group started in 2000. So last year we celebrated our 20th anniversary in business. So this obviously for Marion County was not our first compensation system. We have about 400 clients in about 37 states. And so over the past now 21 years, we work predominantly with municipalities. We do have a couple clients at the state level, but mostly it's the county level on down. There's basically two sides to our business. McGrath Consulting Group, Inc. is the parent company, and that firm specializes in public sector, public safety consulting. So we do police, fire, EMS consulting, and then human resources has been a part of that since its inception, but people kind of got the impression that we only did compensation and human resource consulting only for public safety, which is not true, which is why we broke out in 2012 to a subsidiary company of McGrath Human Resources Group. Because we do compensation studies, we do performance management, we do employee handbooks, we do job descriptions for all positions within an organization. And like I said, primarily public sector. And the reason that we say primarily is we do work with some private entities, some districts, things of that nature, but all of them receive their funding from tax dollars. Previous to starting McGrath Human Resources Group, I was an active HR director. I did work in the private sector for a while. I worked in banking and in healthcare, and then moved over to the dark side, public sector, and worked for a school district and then a municipality outside of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Although our address now is Illinois, so I do live in Illinois, which is where the governors make all of your license plates because they've all been in prison at one point in time or another. But that is exactly where our home base is at this point in time. I do have a PhD in adult learning, adult and governmental learning, and my doctoral dissertation was municipal government as a learning organization. And no, that's not an oxymoron. So we have done some work, obviously both worked in this in government as well as then studied it at the collegiate level. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Milena. She's going to describe who she is, and then she's going to take us through the study because she was the lead consultant during the study. So Milena?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the opportunity to introduce or reintroduce ourselves and to bring up the project from 2018 and to give you an overview of that. As Dr. McGrath indicated, my name is Melena Halverson Mays. I am one of the senior consultants with McGrath Human Resources Group, and I have been with the firm. I'm going to be starting my 7th year with the organization. My background is a mix of private and public sector as well, but my public sector background is actually in county human resources here in the state of Wisconsin, which is where I reside. And in case anyone's interested, it's about 3 degrees below zero today. So we are definitely in the frozen tundra. One of the nice things about having some of that background is that you understand the nuances of government and you understand how things run a little bit differently at various levels. County government is no different. There are elected official department heads, and that sometimes has an impact on programs and services, and that's a little bit different than at the county level. I was the lead consultant with the project here at Marion County, and I worked alongside the project designee, which at the time was Tina Spencer, your county clerk, and you will see that she's listed within this presentation. But I also want to stress that through this project, I did spend a lot of time with your department directors, your employees, and then also the commission members at the time. And I understand that there's been some changeover, some new faces, and so really the intent here today is to get you up to speed on a project that happened about 2.5 years ago. And you have, I asked for Tina to be able to give you a copy of the final report that came to you in 2018, but certainly there's been a lot of time that has happened between the time that we finalized the project to today. And because it's a pretty significant project, I felt it was important for you to get that overview. So when we were asked to come into Marion County back in 2018, our objective was to establish a compensation from an external basis so that we were taking a look at your comparable organizations that you compete with for your human capital to make sure that your compensation system was competitive enough for recruitment and retention purposes. And in addition to that, we were asked to take a look at your positions and make sure that all of them were analyzed and that we evaluated them for internal comparability purposes, which is important when we're determining where on that salary schedule those positions need to be. Together, we were supposed to then integrate all of that information and develop a new compensation and classification system for you. Make sure that the employees were able to move through or progress through the system so that they would receive meaningful salary increases. And then we were also asked to take a look at compression, which we'll talk about here in a couple of minutes. And so what you have there is a copy of that final report, which combines everything together. So how did we do this? Back in 2018, I was on site, and we certainly like to be on site, but in this day and age, we do a lot more items virtually, like what we're doing here today. And I've had individual discussions with the commission members, the county clerk as the project designee, and then also the department heads so that I could understand the programs and services operations at a department level, and then we went a little bit deeper to talk about each of the positions and what they're responsible to do, so that when I went out to the market to get that data, then I was making sure that I was aligning that data properly and that we were comparing similar positions to similar positions. We also did a review of your current compensation systems, your current job descriptions, if they were updated. And we had also engaged the employees in this process where we asked them to complete what's called a position questionnaire. And that questionnaire is a relatively lengthy document, and we invited, I believe that we invited all of the employees to participate, but at a minimum, we needed at least one per job title so that I could do a much more detailed analysis about what each of those positions were responsible to do. And that comes into play a little bit later. We then collected data, market data, from 27 different organizations in the Kansas area, whether they were cities or counties. Not all of them participated. There were a small number that declined, but I still believe that we had over 20 participants that provided us their salary data, and that helped us then determine what that market, what those market ranges should be for your position. And once we got through this analysis, and I shared that with the commission, then we went and we redeveloped your new compensation system. And when we had that developed, I came back again, met with the commission, met with each of the department heads, and we actually talked about my recommendation just to make sure that we were aligning properly, that we didn't have any other changes that needed to be made. And so in totality, we met with the commission a number of times, formally as a group, and then also I had conversations individually with commission members as they asked. So back in 2018, this is what you had back in 2018. If the county has made any adjustments to your current compensation system, it's not going to be reflective on this sheet. But at the time, you had 10 pay grades, which also are referenced as pay bands there at the county, and you had a step system. Now that step system, you had 12 steps, and employees, they were able to step at higher 6 months, 1 year, and then at 5-year increments. And so when you look at the number of steps, it would take a person 45 years to progress through that salary schedule, which is a little bit long. We don't normally see salary schedules that will reach 45 years. But in addition to that, you had a very small range from minimum to maximum, which meant that the employees, they may progress, but they're going to progress very slowly and not likely at the same pace as your outside competition. And that could be somewhat challenging for the county. The other issue that you had, and I don't know if you still have it today, is that you had these longevity benchmarks. And so employees could receive a merit increase, but if they exceeded that particular benchmark rate, which was also a longevity based rate at the time that they received that longevity, if they were already at that point or above, they would never receive that additional longevity factor. So employees would progress either through merit or longevity, and that we received a lot of feedback from your employees that really was counterproductive to the morale of your employees. You also had in your ambulance department, you had a 1-year schedule with 3 steps for your ambulance, and so the county, took a pretty strong position to be able to get their ambulance personnel up to speed, up to that market rate within a year's time. And elected officials and part-time employees, they didn't have any salary schedule at all. They just simply had a single rate. So that's really the picture of what was occurring back in 2018. What we found, again, I'm not going to belabor some of this, but you had a very small range that took a long time to be able to get employees to progress. You had that longevity merit component that was dissatisfactory to the employees. We also found then that some of your minimum rates needed adjustment as well as the market rate. I'm not going to spend time today talking about what our findings were back in 2018 because we have to assume at this point 2.5 years has gone by, your market has changed, and so that information probably isn't going to be as relevant today as it was 2.5 years ago, other than we can assume that the market itself has changed. We just don't know what your picture looks like at this point. But back in 2018, we were also finding that your tenure in your organization was reducing. People were not staying as long. And so that competition, that compensation becomes important from a competition purpose, where you're wanting to recruit and retain personnel for a longer period of time. And we found some compression within your public works, your roads and bridges and your sheriff's department as well. So overall, we recommended 2 salary schedules. We recommended a general schedule, which was for all the full-time employees, plus adding your part-time and seasonal. So anyone who is quote-unquote appointed goes on to the general schedule. And then we created a separate one for the elected officials who serve in that department head capacity. Both of those structures were identical in nature, but they were just simply on two different schedules. And we developed a system that looks very similar to what you had back in 2018. It was a stepped model, so that you had a standardized pay progression, and those steps were anywhere from 2%, and they decreased as you progress through the schedule, they decreased down. But instead of going in 5-year increments, our recommendation at that time was for annual increments, because we need for those employees to be able to progress through that range and make sure that they are at a market competitive salary within a reasonable amount of time, or else you're potentially going to lose them. And in addition to that, we added what's called a medical range, and that was on the higher end of the salary schedule, because when we created your salary schedule, we created a relatively narrow range. And we also, though, were concerned that at the time in 2018, the competition in the medical industry in your area, you may not have been able to recruit and retain with that current range. So we gave you a little bit of extra range by about 10-12%, so that if you were going to be recruiting, then you might be able to put someone higher up on that salary schedule and be able to maintain them. Only medical-based positions out of the public health department and the ambulance department qualified for that exception. The other primary recommendation that you'll see if you read through the report was that we developed what's called temporary minimum rates. And we spent quite a bit of time talking about this, because we found when we created your salary schedule that there was going to be a financial impact. And we also understood that there were going to be some annual limits to what the county would be able to do. So we created what we call temporary minimums. So they are steps that are lower than what we would recommend, but we use them for implementation purposes only. Once we get all of the employees through those temporary ranges, and they're onto at least step 1, then the intent is that those temporary ranges fall away, and that what you see as step 1 is really truly your higher rate of pay. So it's really just a guide for you over the course of a couple of years. And we gave the county multiple options to consider over a 2-year or a 3-year span, depending on where your finances, where they were at that time. We also adjusted some titles, some job classifications. Those were listed in the schedule itself, gave some policy recommendations, and then also a longevity recommendation. And at the time, we felt very strongly that the financials of the county would be better served making sure that the employees are receiving market competitive wages than than by longevity. And once employees were all situated on that salary schedule and they were progressing through that salary schedule, if the county wanted to re-implement longevity at that point, they should, but not to do it in lieu of making sure that employees received market competitive wages. So when we were done with our findings and presentation in 2018, it is my understanding that the county did not take action. I do believe they accepted the document, and then nothing has happened in terms of our recommendations since then, unless there have been maybe, they've gone back and taken a look at, areas here and there. So at this point now, the question is, all right, 2.5 years has passed and the county is interested in updating its compensation system. What options do we have as a county? And you really have, many options. We have outlined a couple of them for you, but of course, when I'm done here in the next 2 slides, you're probably going to have questions, and then we can talk through what you feel might be a good option for the county. The first thing that you can do is implement the recommendations as they were in 2018. Now, if you do that, obviously our 2 concerns, and they're highlighted in red, is that we would have to assume that the market has changed since 2018. 2.5 years has passed. And so those ranges, if you were to implement them, in all likelihood are already going to be behind the market. And so it's not considering what's happened the last couple of years. The other thing is that in every organization, positions change. And so the new salary schedule may not have, it may not consider positions that have changed or are new since 2018. So there would have to be some minor tweaks to incorporate that. So since we're not, we would say that yes, we would assume that there's some market changes. There are some areas that, if the county is looking to implement this, that you should consider. And the first one, which is listed as number 2 here, is conducting a regional review of the cost of living adjustments that has happened. We know the comparables that we used in the study. We certainly can go back and have a dialogue with them about how their ranges have changed in the last couple of years to be able to give you a recommendation if you were to implement the 2018 salary schedule, what type of an overall adjustment should you apply to that schedule to make sure that those ranges are accurate with the market as of 2021. At the same time, then, I would recommend that the county, that you engage, or that you have us engage in departments that have positions that have changed or are new, so that we can get those changes added to the new system, so that it's all ready for you to go at time of implementation. The downfall to that is still there might be some market considerations specific to positions that you're going to miss by just doing a high level cost of living review. And oftentimes you would see that, let's just say for the sake of saying, you have nurses, and this is the world of COVID, and the nursing field is possibly paying higher wages now than it was even in 2018. And so if we do a cost of living adjustment, we might still find that Marion County is not necessarily compensating adequately with specific positions. And so the other alternative that the county certainly has is for us to do a market update of the entire salary schedule. And what we do is we will go market all of those comparables again, and we will do an analysis on a position by position basis to make sure that we're not only making adjustments to the overall ranges as may be necessary, but also there might be some positions that need to move to different ranges to be better market competitive. So, there might be some other options that are out there, especially if you've been thinking about this for the last couple of weeks, that we certainly can dialogue on, but this would be what we would feel is the most comprehensive look of your salary schedule before you consider implementation. Okay, with that, I think what I can do is I can stop the screen share so that I can see, and Victoria can see everyone a little bit more clearly. And I think at this point, what I'd like to do is turn it over to questions that you might have.
Okay. We'll start with Tina. Did you have any questions that you really wanted to direct toward started?
Really, I think the board just needs to there's going to be some things the board needs to decide as far as whether we move forward with updating and where you are as far as wanting to try to implement something new. I would say that we have, as we have had a couple of cost of living increases over the past couple of years, we have updated our ranges on our old pay plan, which we're still utilizing. And we have added some new positions, and it was the intention when we have just transitioned to the full-time EMS, and so we had just kind of put them in at a certain rate, but it was the intent to fold those medical positions into the new pay plan. That we still haven't really done that, and so we just have them sitting out there, so.
One question that a department worker asked me when they heard we was going to do this was they didn't feel that, maybe they wasn't the one that answered the questions with you or something like that, but they felt that you know, that the job description didn't fit what they was doing in that department. So I said, I think we'd have to look at this like, all over again. I don't know. They just felt that they didn't feel that the description that you put down did what they was doing in that department. So that's just one question come to me from one person. But I don't know that they was working for us then, but I don't know if they was a person you asked in that department. So that was one thing there. New commissioners, sort of a whirlwind through that. Is there any questions that you guys have?
If we were to assume that the market change didn't drastically change around here, that we were to implement this, but just put it in as if we had implemented it in 2018. So bring it up to scale, you know, skip 2018, 2019, 2020, if, you know, how far off would we be?
What do you think our scale would be off from if we implemented what you had in 18 versus today?
I'll address that now. I don't know your particular regional area, but I can tell you what we've seen over the country. You know, 18 and 19 had some pretty good cost of living increases added to salary schedules. Because if you recall, we were definitely going into an economic boom. We were starting to hit some, lack of talent because we were set. You know, there were more jobs out there than there were people that were qualified. So I think 18 and 19 might have some impact as to where the schedule is right now. 20, everything, as we all know, nothing was normal in 20. So, you know, those folks that implemented their stuff in January of 2020 would have had, because again, you know, most folks were looking at 2 or 3% type increases in the beginning of 2020. So if they were January 1, they would have implemented those. Anybody that was going to have a June or July fiscal year, obviously everything kind of went on hold as we looked at lockdowns and economies and things of that nature. So I don't think 2020 is, you know, if you had implemented this in 19, I would say I think you could very easily go into 2021 without a lot of adjustments. It's the 18 and 19 that kind of scares me as to where you are. 21 is still a crapshoot. I mean, no one knows where 21 is going at this point in time. There's some, the word on the street is the first quarter is going to look very good in 2021, especially for those states that opened up earlier than other states did. But unfortunately, my crystal ball for 2021 is still kind of really foggy out there unless you folks have some better insight for me. So I would be concerned that at least if we implemented without doing anything to 18, I think your schedule is going to be slightly behind because of the 18 and 19 years.
We still have not addressed some of our bottom hiring positions is, you know, $11 an hour, not $10 an hour, some of that. We've got some down there in certain areas, and that was ones that we sort of put as, or at least on my list, and I think former Commissioner Novak, her list was to get some of our bottom people up a little bit so we could, and we haven't done that either. We haven't really just went through and picked out and done anything like that either. So that's something that's out there when we look at this to see whether, and I don't remember exactly the range that you went to when we looked at those, when we was talking about raising those up, Melina. So that was another issue.
Yeah, and the last schedule, you know, definitely found that your minimums were definitely below. What we do caution you, however, is don't cherry pick positions to increase, because the schedule is put together in totality. So you're looking at superior and subordinate positions, and that there's enough range between them, because the worst thing in the world is to say, okay, I'm going to accept a position as a supervisor or manager, and then find out that you're going to be taking a pay decrease as a result of it. So the schedule in itself is really a hierarchy of positions, and we look at overlap, we look at where they are in relation to not only the market but internally. So if you're gonna do something, you're gonna need to address the entire schedule. That doesn't mean that every position's gonna move and every position's going to have a major increase, but you need to do it in its totality.
Well, and one thing, if it's okay, you know, there are some positions I think that we may need to look at a little bit as far as the internal comparability. I think that's what Randy was talking about, but like when I intentionally tried to remove myself as much as I could at the time that this project was being done, because I didn't want to have like really be influencing it. So I may have actually stepped back a little bit too far, but there was a reason behind that. It was just because I wanted to make sure that there was trust in the process, even if there wasn't necessarily trust in me by some of the people at the time. But you know, it may be that we need, and we've had some new positions, like the county engineer is a new position. There's a little bit of different structure in the road and bridge department now. So, one of the things I just wanted to bring out, that if the board decides to do some sort of a market update or an update to this plan, it might be good to at least make sure that if there are a couple of positions that maybe need to be looked at, that we include the option of being able to do that to make sure that it's a, I don't think there's a lot, but I think there may be a few that need to be looked at a little bit.
Yeah. Any other questions from any of the commissioners?
Well, just comment, as you know, I agreed with the plan as it was, but I know that you and former commissioner really wanted to address those lower pays, which I think we all have a concern about that, but as has been stated, if we're gonna do something, we need to do this in totality, because if we start pulling out or changing, we're gonna be right back to where we were.
Yeah.
Or worse.
And then the employees, then they're always in the dark. Well, where are we actually at? If we have a plan, you know, it may not be, they might not be real happy with it the first year or two, but they would know exactly where they're going. That way everybody would be on the same page, because you know what we've gone through in the last year, where, you know, a department comes in and we gotta pay overtime, or a department comes in and we can't find an employee at this rate. And so I think the only way that we're ever gonna avert this is either one, adopt it as it was in 2018, or pay the extra bucks and get it reviewed.
Yeah.
We have had a lot of turnover and a lot of difficulty hiring, and especially on the lower end positions.
Yeah.
It's been very, very difficult, especially with extra unemployment benefits for folks. It's really hard to hire right now.
And you know that our budget won't handle implementing in 1 year, just won't do it. So we have to implement this thing over a three-year time period. In my estimation, it has to be done that way, that so that we can budget for it. But I think you all know what how much it was a year to implement over 3 years. What was that figure? Tina, you remember? It was like the first year was an additional 120,000.
It's at the back of I think at the back of the report, it talks about that.
And that sounds about right. You know, because we were actually looking at various implementation options.
Right.
If we were doing like a split year to try to give 2 bumps in a year. So, yeah, it seems like it was maybe about, I think about 140, and then it went down after that in the the subsequent years.
Yeah, it seems to me like that 140 was
140.
the number that I remember.
Yeah.
The other thing that I think you need to consider as well, and we don't know whether it's going to happen yet, but you've got rumblings at the federal level that there's going to be an increase to minimum wage to $15. You know, we had to come down, I'm looking at the schedule with 2 temporary steps, and, you know, we're looking at, you know, a $10 an hour temporary range starting So going from a $10 an hour type of position to now, possibly having to pay $15 an hour, that's going to be a huge jump and a significant impact to your budget. So if you can at least start getting these salaries up before, or if the $15 minimum wage comes through, that might also help you financially.
That's just gonna tidal wave everything, because anybody that makes $16 an hour now isn't gonna be okay with making $1 more than minimum wage. They're gonna wanna go up. It's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare. And again, we don't know enough to phase it in. I mean, I live in Illinois, and we are going to $15 an hour, but it's in the next 4 years. So municipalities have an opportunity to slowly, integrate it versus pulling up a Band-Aid and going right there.
When you say that, is that like McDonald's workers, everything, or, I mean, is that across the board? Okay.
Yep.
Our high school kids up in
And you are gonna go, you said in four years, move up, and that's the plan right now?
Well, it's the plan in Illinois.
Yeah.
So Illinois implemented a $15, and I think it's by 2024, it has to be up to $15 an hour. What the federal government is talking about is just raising everything to $15 an hour. They haven't revealed any plan yet of whether or not it's gonna be, okay, starting January of 2022, you have to be at $15 an hour, or is it gonna take the approach as some of the states have, where it's gonna come in after a couple of years? But that is what our current president is talking about, making minimum wage $15, whether you work at a high school basketball referee, to a McDonald's workers, to a Walmart worker, everybody has to start at $15 an hour.
Okay. Any other questions?
Okay, it just comes back to, we've gotta keep our good employees, and we've gotta address our pay scale, regardless of the outside factors. It's time, it's just, to me, it's a matter of how to approach that and do it so it's done right, fair.
So are we quoted a price to update the plan?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was,
I didn't bring that folder in here with me.
the only thing we agreed to the last go around was this piece.
Right, that's why I was asking if that price was quoted.
Yeah.
I'm sure they could tell us.
Yeah, there was a quote. Well, do you guys know what the quote was? It was $2,300 or
32, I think.
3,200.
Yeah.
It was 32 to update it, and it was 82 to not only update it, but do market, but also do revisions of positions, etc., which is about half of what it cost the first time around.
They implemented it when we first got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but still, the dollars we're spending, at least we're hearing what we're not doing.
It's cheap not to do anything.
That's just what it is. We're not doing it, and it's gonna cost, I look at $1 million a year just to start with, to update $1 million taxes to implement. Now, whether we go in 2 or 3 bumps, or whether we, whatever we do, it's gonna cost us $1 million, and $1 million tax.
It's gonna be $1 million, then $1.5 million.
Yeah, yeah.
2 mils.
But a positive way to look at that is all this money is gonna come back into the community because we're spending locally. Want to spend it.
Now the taxpayers don't look at it that way.
And the other thing is, what is the savings to the taxpayer? Every time we lose a good employee, we bring another person in, start the process all over again with training. If the longer we can keep good employees and keep them satisfied and performing their jobs, the more it returns to the county. And I know that's a hard sell, but it's the right thing to do.
But in too, saying that, if you got a good employee, you need to keep them. If you got a bad one, it
That's
doesn't matter
exact-
if you're short, you need to kick them on down the road.
Yep. But as we've heard so many times, okay, you tell me to fire, who am I gonna get to replace it?
Right.
No one's willing to
But-
step in at that wage level.
But if you're expecting performance, quality for the taxpayer expense, they're gonna expect that you get rid of the bad ones.
Yes, I agree. And hopefully, again, I said hopefully.
I don't know that we have any bad ones. Not just speaking.
Yeah, I think we
Period.
need to work on the longevity thing, that every year your work should be more important. I mean, we got between 5 and 10, you got your wards 6, 7, and 8.
Melana, what was your answer when I asked that about longevity? What you guys, or whoever answers it up there with, about longevity, you guys didn't recommend that? Or?
Well, making sure I'm not muted here. What we recommended was, our primary recommendation is to make sure that your ranges were adjusted so that your employees are going to be market competitive and you're going to be in a better position to be able to retain that quality workforce that you want to retain. And sometimes you need that buying power to get people in and to keep them there. But that's not to say that you shouldn't have longevity, because there are, I don't know how to say this, but there are some organizations where longevity will work. There's others where it won't, and I believe that you would benefit from longevity. But what we didn't want to see was supporting financially the longevity component and not the market competitive wages, because that's going to be counterproductive. So it's kind of got to be a 1-2 punch. First, get everyone market competitive or onto market competitive ranges, and then you can reestablish that longevity factor down the road once you've implemented your new system, because I think that there would be value for you to have it in the future.
The other thing too is it is a step system. So, you are advancing every year, and you should be advancing a step every year, not what you're currently doing every 5 years. So in some respects, it's not you are rewarding for longevity for each one of those steps until you get to the maximum, and then you might want to look at something on top of that.
Any other questions from commissioners?
Yeah, we had come up the other day, and it was so if you had an employee, say 5 years in the road and bridge department, and moved up through the longevity, but then transferred to another department, and you'd start them off on year 1, year 2, and then if they came back to the road and bridge, would you start them back at year 6?
There are rules that are in place that the county has. So, if you're being promoted to a higher position, you either go to step 1 or a percentage above what you're currently making, and then the step that's closest to that, whichever is greater. So some people look at it and say, well, if I get a promotion, I have to take a pay cut to go down to step 1. No, that's not the answer. If you're transferring, then there's different rules for it. But, we don't really advocate, nor do we have anything where you take a pay cut on any of those transfers, unless, of course, that is being done as part of a demotion type of a situation. And even then, there's different options for it as well. So it depends upon your scenario as to what would happen. But if I'm at a pay grade C and I'm being promoted to a pay grade E, the rules state we're going to look at a percentage onto your current salary and then place you on the step closest to what you're currently making, or that new rate.
And those policy things are kind of laid out in their proposed plan that they provided, because we had asked as part of when we went out to request the bids and the qualifications for the project, for them to come up with some policies pertaining to those things. So, right now, I think what Jonah's talking about is in our current pay plan that we're on, we are we have always gone back and done the longevity raises based on their position in their new position date, not their hire date with the county. And so that has caused some of some of that compression and some of those problems that we have with our tenured employees not being eligible always for the longevity that they maybe need to be. And so I had made a suggestion, I've made it a few times, but most recently just a couple weeks ago, about even if we move forward with a new pay plan, maybe addressing some of those people that have not achieved their longevity raises prior to putting them into the new schedule, because they are making sometimes less than somebody that's been here a shorter amount of time, and maybe it's because they've stepped into a new position within their same department even. But the longevity has always been, when we first started doing it in 2014, it was based on their position date, and just basing it on their hire date would solve a lot of that. So I think, is that what you were talking about, Jonah?
Yeah.
What about, like, say Sherry's been in the clerk's office, and she decides she wanted to go to the road and bridge and be a truck driver because it pays $2 more an hour. Would she take her 10 years she's already got to road and bridge and start on year 11?
Yeah, I don't think
That's what I think we ought to do, because she's working for the same person up here. It's just lots of different departments.
I don't know. See, that's the part that throws me off, because
She's
you're
being rewarded.
going to a new department, you gotta learn everything about that department.
Can I interject? This is Melina.
Yeah.
On that very question on the longevity, because that was, there was a lot of feedback from the employees on that their longevity reset whenever they took a new position. And so if they were, let's just say that they're your gold star employee and they keep climbing, into newer, higher level positions, that longevity reset, and they never received the value of longevity in the totality of the organization. And I believe our report addresses that when we look at longevity, the organization will have to make a decision if you're going to be looking at it in time in position or time in the organization, from that original date of hire. We most commonly will see longevity with the organization. And, so if they change positions and they're trying to better themselves that way, that they shouldn't be held back because of that.
I think you have to kind of keep two things in mind, and you're thinking of longevity in a different sense than what most organizations think of longevity. Typically, you have a compensation system. The compensation system rewards you for performance as well as longevity when it comes to the steps. And so if you are moving to different positions, it is considering the time in the position, not the time in the organization, because why would you pay a clerk who goes to become a truck driver higher than some of your current truck drivers who have all that truck driving experience versus accounting experience? Then the second piece you have is longevity. Longevity is something above and beyond the compensation schedule that says we are going to reward you for your longevity within the organization. And you see organizations that will say, okay, once I have 5 years, I'm vested, and then once I have 6 years, I get a percentage of a total amount based upon how many years I have at the service. And it has nothing to do with how I get paid in my position. It's a separate entity up here that looks at, I'm going to reward you for being within the organization. So I think one of the reasons why we recommended you got rid of the longevity at this point in time is to concentrate on paying for the position. And then once you get that worked out, if you want to bring it back in, you can bring back in a different type of compensation program that says, we're now going to reward you for being within the organization.
And I think that's why Melina stated, to get your pay level up to first before you worry about anything else. I think that was, if you're going to get the pay level up to where you're going to keep some of the good employees, then the longevity don't become such an issue, because they're getting paid well or closer to what they feel is for positions.
Competitive wage.
Yeah, competitive wage. So longevity don't become a deal because, and I don't know what the rate of companies pays longevity out here in the working world. The companies that I've worked for in my lifetime never did pay longevity, so I don't know what longevity is.
But they give you a service award every year, years of service.
No.
You don't get a 10-year pin, 25.
5, 10, 15,
Yeah,
yes.
and it's a feel-good thing. So
I've only got paid merit.
Yeah.
So if I step up and bring something back home for the company, I got a raise. If I didn't, if I stayed right where I was at, I just stayed right where I was
Yeah,
at.
but they recognize years of service.
Yeah, recognize years of service, yes, I've had, I've had that.
I think that needs to be total. They worked for the county for 20 years.
Yeah.
I bet you worked in 5 different departments, you know.
But they, just like you just give that with
Yeah, the truck driver.
Cherry, the truck driver, you know, that's no experience out there, and she may be making more money where she was at,
But that-
and takes that with her.
Well, no, she'd be making more, that's why she left this job, because they paid $2 more an hour for a beginning truck driver.
Not in our department.
You're making too much money, huh?
I
Well, you
didn't
just
say
said
that.
it right there, beginning truck driver.
Yeah. But different departments pay different. I mean, yeah, it's complicated.
Well, and I think, if, like Kent said a while ago, if we're gonna take steps here, we need to take a look at each position, see how we, at the prices, at least at the 18, before we, and you're worried about that, talking about going at the 18 level, and instead of taking a new look at it at the 19 or 20 level, but or 21 level.
Did they have 3%?
So I don't know what the commission would feel like doing to take a good look at it, so we can see how to implement it, or what we want to do with it.
I think the first question is, are we going to ask them to update or not to update?
Okay.
I mean, we have the plan for 2018. Do we want to spend the money to have them update it, or do we want to start from there and move on our own?
My first question is, they've done this before. Are we going to commit to it? Are we going to make a verbal commitment right now that we're going to jump into this? We're going to do it. Because if not, there's no sense of spending any money.
Yeah.
If I remember right, it's, from what I remember, it's at least a mill of tax levy, so.
But that's, I mean, that's something everybody needs to think of, because that's what we're really saying.
Yeah, are we committed to doing it or we're not?
Yeah.
Then the extra 3,200 or whatever is nothing compared to what the salary changes are gonna be.
I think, was it 8,000, or was it?
That was to reevaluate.
Oh, reevaluate
full-blown-
positions, okay.
Full blown, but it was only half the price of what the original was, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, 3,200 update.
Original was 18,000.
Yeah, so 10,000 less, so. But they're already familiar with the organization, so.
Right.
Everybody's looking at me, this is a group decision here now.
If we're
Well,
going-
look at them up here.
If we're going full-blown commitment, then I don't see any harm with the 8,000. But if we're not gonna do a full-blown equipment, then why spend anything?
And that's, you've got a new commission. I mean, we've got 2 that have gone through it. We've got 3 new, this is a new process for 3 of us. We've seen what's happened if you go through the process and you take no action. And that set us back.
Yep, that's an example of what we were looking at.
Yeah.
And we still, when we make these, the only thing I can say, if we make these adjustments to this market, there's not gonna be a department head come in and say, well, my person's better than anybody else, and they deserve a raise. I mean, that's the old thing that I've sat and faced so many times.
Well, that's what we need to get away from.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. There's one thing though that I keep looking at, and we're gonna have to do more with less eventually. I mean, these positions are getting harder and harder to fill.
Right.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter, speaking from experience, you can offer them really good wage and they still don't fill a position because you are in the city or you aren't somewhere, where they want to be.
And I know every department is different and has different work things they have to accomplish. When I first come into this, I was under the impression that my goal before we went to the last pay plan was to have, whether it's a clerk in Tina's office, a clerk in the treasurer's office, or a clerk in the treasurer's office, have them at a 1, 2, and a 3, or something to that effect. But everybody don't agree with that. And I understand why, because you can talk to each department head and they'll tell you that, oh, I have to have people trained in this, and I have to have people trained in that, and that is great. But it sure creates a lot of hostility if one clerk gets more than another clerk for some reason. And that's something that I'd hope this pay plan would do, is keep it from happening.
Is there any chance that we could have step tiers, county clerk office, step 1, 2, 3, 4, county treasurer office, 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's a little different plan because
He
I
wants
think,
them all the same.
I think it's what you look at through the
Because
position.
each department has different responsibilities, different.
There's different things they have
There's
to know.
other things they got to know.
Yes.
And some
Yes.
are more crucial. I won't want to say that too lightly, but some are more crucial than others.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
So, but one way or the other, if we do it, we just got to stop that. Departments coming in and doing that to us. I mean, we're trying to get a decent salary range here for everybody.
But you know, on that, maybe different departments, some departments would not have grade 1, they'd have started grade 2 because of the focus of work or something like
Right.
that.
The accountability.
Right.
Accountability.
Yeah.
You may not have.
So that
grade 1.
that department's grade 1 would be equivalent to the grade 2 of another department. And it's because they have different levels
Yeah.
of.
Nowadays, everybody should know Microsoft and Excel.
Do you know how much you're gonna spend to find out how much that difference is?
Right.
It's gonna be major.
Yeah.
The first plan would be a drop in a bucket compared to this one.
I see each department as a different company.
And you're right, but to get to that, how much do you wanna throw at it? Because that's what we're gonna have to do.
Well,
We
and
can start out.
what has been done is like Milena explained, employees did fill out questionnaires, and part of that was, what are things that aren't listed on your job description that you're doing, if I remember right. There was a lot of stuff that we had to fill out on all those. And I think that what the plan we have, it may need, that was presented, may need a few tweaks on a few positions, but I feel like they did a good job of trying to figure out which ones are sort of like positions within the overall organization, and which ones should be kind of grouped in the same area.
What you are looking at right now is the recommended salary schedule, and just as an example, to piggyback on what Tina is saying, when we evaluate the positions and we ask the employees to complete that position questionnaire, that allows us to analyze what the responsibilities of those positions are. And it's very common for us to hear some of those support positions throughout an organization that they feel that, I'm closer to, this position in this department than the other. And so when we evaluate these positions, we look at them on multiple factors. And the process that was in place in 2018, we were looking at your positions anywhere from, probably 12 to 14 factors, so that we could really determine how similar and dissimilar those positions are based on their responsibilities, because they're all going to have different outcomes, but a lot of times some of those positions are going to be very similar in nature. So at the end of the day, what we have is multiple levels of more of an administrative support role. But what we'll do is, if you are, if we're asked to facilitate in updating this, we're going to ask for a meeting with every department director And then we will ask about how positions have substantially changed, so that if there's something that just doesn't really seem right, we can identify it and address that.
And that's what a structured compensation system does. It marries the internal piece, which is what you see at each one of those pay grades. But in addition to that, I believe it's step 6 or 7 is the market rate. So it's placing positions A internally, and then B also looking at what the external market rate is. So you have to marry those two pieces. It's not just one versus the other. And we do get that, as Milena indicated. Well, wait, I'm a truck driver and I'm an administrative assistant, but I'm in the same pay range. Because when we look at the factors, the administrative assistant is probably not going to get a lot of points when it comes to heavy equipment, working outside, dealing with that, where a truck driver isn't going to get a lot of points for use of technology. So in the end, they may end up with the same number of points, but those points are different based upon those types of positions.
And I also liked part of the plan that they presented that I really thought was appropriate and that I really liked was changing some of the position titles to make them more appropriate and more up to date. So we have not done that, but I feel like that's an important part of it that should be done. So there was several really good things that were in the plan besides the salary schedule. They had done some policy kind of recommendations and a few things like that, which I thought were very good and helpful. And overall, you know, like I said, I intentionally kind of removed myself from the process of the placement of the positions, even though we are in charge of HR in our office, and we have a pretty good knowledge, I feel, of what the positions do within the county. But I intentionally separated myself from that so that I would not influence. And there are things in here that I was surprised of how they were placed, but I can probably see why, you know, and so it may not be where I would have placed it, and so that's why I think it's good that the people that do this as a profession are in charge of that piece, because you're not being influenced then by what you know about, you know, the organization.
Personal.
Okay, if we have dedication to implement this plan, does everybody know what are we looking at for budget for this year? Are we planning on doing it this year to implement it? And if we implement it, Tina, what kind of, say we went up a mill in that. I mean, we haven't even looked at overtime yet, whether we start paying overtime. That's another issue.
We haven't budgeted for it.
Yeah.
I think you'd have to, if we're gonna start it, we started it next year's budget.
Okay, so.
I mean, I just don't know how we do it otherwise.
Okay.
And you can't start it in September.
Because we're still, even if we
Work in
take,
January.
even if we take the 2018 plan, it's still gonna have to be tweaked because you got these new positions. So that's gonna take a little bit of time, a little bit of work to get that.
So.
But that's what I'm in favor of doing. I'll just speak for myself. It's
Okay.
taking the 2018 plan, tweaking it with the new positions, and then looking for adoption 2022.
Okay.
But
Are you wanting to spend any on the 3,200 to update or 8,000 to
No.
Nope. You want just adopt the plan that we have?
adopt the plan we have and then do the. I don't know if we can do that, if we can tweak it in-house with the new positions or not. It might be asking too much of Tina and.
Well, that's what about the 3,200 to update it? Now, when you say update.
I thought it was 8,000.
No, there's a part of, one of the quotes was for updating the salary schedule based on regional cost of living, and then it also included virtual meetings with the department heads, looking at position changes, and analysis of position questionnaires for new positions or any that are that have changed substantially, and that was in the $3,200 range there. So.
Well, if we can get that much done for that kind of money.
Still with the goal to try to implement by the first of the year, 2022.
2022's budget,
Yeah.
budget year.
Yeah.
if you did that sort of an update, you would have that back within a time frame, and then you could have those numbers, and you could do some more work sessions leading up to budget time to figure out, here's our plan for implementation, and then you'd have your numbers when you're going into the budget planning, you know, for 2022.
It would also help our accountant to know if this is where we're going.
Yes. Yes.
When he's working with us on the budget.
Yeah. Yeah. General consensus here is everybody feel we need to make a move? Anybody don't feel we don't? Anybody feel we don't need to make a move?
I vote yes.
Okay, yes, straw polling, yes. See.
And how long would it take you to get information back to us? 30, 60 days?
If we're just doing the 32, that's all we're really doing is surveying to see if the cost of living has gone up. And then just a handful of the new positions that have come through. So we're not taking a deep dive at every position, just those that have had some changes. So you probably taking about 3 months to get that done.
We need to get that done then.
Yeah.
If that long.
Because we ought to be committed by September.
And that's for the $3,200 cost?
Yes.
Right. What we'd be doing is just calling municipalities and saying, how much did your cost of living go up in 18, 19, and 20? Using that to just adjust the current schedule. And then, as Tina has mentioned, there's some positions that have been added, making sure that we include those. And if there's anything that has significantly changed, it's not going to be looking at every position again and saying, you know, to the parks person, we didn't do it right the first time. If it was placed correctly based upon the department director, it's going to stay there. It's only if something significantly has changed as a result of it. You mentioned your road and bridge might have had some changes. We'd have to talk to see if that was sufficient enough to change the positions or not, and determine whether or not we would look at those. Kind of a
Do I hear any more
down and
questions
dirty.
that we need to ask them while they're on here right now, or is there any more plans that we? I mean, I don't have any other plans, but either we're going to do it or we're not going to do it. And but it takes a commitment. I think that's what you asked for a while ago, was a commitment.
So we have something back by the end of May.
Well, we just need to get, if we're gonna go forward, we need to get it done, so
Yes.
we'll have a budget done.
So you're going to be at budget shortly after May.
Right, that's why we need to decide if we're gonna.
Commissioner Gearing, you're about to burn the sky out of the, you know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
He
read
wants
what
to
you're
sit-
trying to tell me, but I haven't got that yet.
So just
If you take your mask off so we see what you're thinking. Can't read your expression.
there's good psychiatrists that can't figure that out.
You wanna take an action?
I'm just giving somebody a chance here if they want to speak out before I ask for an action.
No, I'm not quite sold on. I mean, I'm just really not sure about taking an action until for sure we're going to make a commitment. Which way we're going with that commitment.
It's hard to make a commitment until you get the results.
So
I think there's a
we're gonna
commitment to
make
do something. We
Yeah.
just need to,
Oh, yeah. Well,
we
there's
need the
not-
direction.
That's not a problem. The
The horse of the court do it first.
Right, yeah.
Right now, the only thing we're committing to is $3,200 to update. If we
See, I
get
don't
it-
want to commit to that if we're not going to commit to the pay
Well-
plan. That's my deal. I'd rather commit to the
I
pay.
know where I'm at, I can't speak for the rest of you.
I guess I'm at where I'd rather commit to the pay plan and then determine which way we're going from there, whether we do the 32, the 82, or to start from line number 6 and plus their longevity, or work that out.
I think we've got that answer, don't we?
And we committed to the pay plan.
Hmm?
Everybody's committed to do the pay plan. We just want updated information.
We wanna make sure we do it right.
Is that right?
When we do it. I think that's what I'm hearing.
Well, we were saying if we're not committed to it, why spend $3,200
Right,
to update it?
right.
So it is one and the same.
Well, to get us off the log here, that we're hung up on.
You got a stick in your eye or a log?
Yeah.
If I could interject for a second,
Yes.
I think just a couple of things. Number one, if you're going to commit to this, you got to make sure you commit to it all the way, because you don't want to set your employees up for something and then not implement it again. And the second thing is, if you have no more questions for us and you feel more comfortable talking about this without us in the room, we can definitely leave the room and let you have a conversation. If you have more questions for us, we'll be more than happy to stay on.
I'm gonna follow up just one question. Your more in-depth option that you gave us, could you explain a little more about the more in-depth option?
Sure. The first option is just basically calling around and seeing what the cost of living is, and then just adjusting the schedule. This would actually be going out and doing another market survey based upon positions. So instead of just calling XYZ and say how much, we'd be sending them a survey and saying, okay, give us your updated information on salary ranges and what people are actually making for an appraiser, for a EMS person, for a nurse. We would actually go out and do a survey of specific positions and then update the schedule and positions accordingly.
Gotcha.
It would also include a little bit more in-depth of looking at some of those problem positions that may not have had significant issues, but the manager wants us to take a look at it. So it's more position specific versus just schedule specific.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure.
Just hearing that right there, it's either, I don't, we've been doing, and, okay, maybe I'm being insensitive here, but the cost of living, we've been doing cost of living. We skipped that 1 year. We added 1 year, then we did the 30 cent across the board instead of percentage, because some people get more, some people get less. So, struggling spending the money on the cost of living and then that kind of stuff. Well, if we do the commitment and then do the 82, I can see the value in that, because it's adding new positions. It's all that is coming with that. So I'm struggling with spending the 3,200. I mean, I know there is some other value that they're going to provide, and I want to sell that short. Just saying that we have been doing.
We could adopt the 2018 pay plan. We just have to figure out how to place the new positions.
Not the value in the updates worth that, because there's going to be evaluation of positions.
As long as we commit to it, I mean, the extra 8,000 on there is not, I mean, when you're talking a mill, you're talking 140,000.
Yeah.
8,000 is.
That's where I come back to when we do it, I want to do it right.
Right.
When we do it.
I feel this is better money spent than the 8,000 we did for insurance.
Yeah, I
And
would
we got
agree.
muffled into.
I would agree with that one.
Okay.
I would entertain a motion on the floor if anybody's willing to make one.
I make a motion that we proceed with the $3,200 update to the salary schedule.
You want to include the new positions too?
Include the new positions.
Okay. Have a motion on the floor by Dave to go to $3,200 to look at the new positions and sort of an update for the policy.
I'll second it.
Have a second by Kent. If anybody wanted the $8,000, they're too late unless we don't get that vote. So we will take this. We have this motion by Dave, second by Kent. All those in favor, I will ask you by name to say either aye or nay. Kent?
Aye.
Commissioner Mueller?
Aye.
Commissioner Crowfoot?
Aye.
Commissioner Gary?
Nay.
And Commissioner Dahlke? Aye. So we have 4 ayes, 1 nay. Joe and Gary. So,
I think we need to go with the heat.
so,
Kind of the position you were with the raises last go around.
yeah.
I'm trying to do the right thing here.
Didn't see much.
But I still sound like a bad guy.
Didn't see a third vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. So, right now, I think we have the motion to go ahead and have McGrath go ahead and give the update for 3,200. Is there anything, Tina, steps that you'd like to see that we could fill in and look at between now and then? I mean, to do anything on this?
I think that we may need, I need to really go back and review it all again because it's been a while since I've really been super familiar with it. I just kind of put it away I guess I can let you know on that if that's okay.
Yeah, you got plenty of time. We got
All right.
time. But what I'd like to do is do you think maybe 2 to 3 months you'll be back with the answers to us, McGrath? I don't know. which
I
one.
think so. We'll work with Tina on getting either a new contract or an addendum to the contract going, and we can definitely start in the next couple of weeks. A data request from Tina, because obviously we have everything we have is very dated, so we're going to need to start with that. But yeah, I definitely think with a start in March, which isn't that far away, we should be able to get something to you by the end of May at the latest.
Excuse me for I should have done that. That was the 2018 plan you're talking about, or take the update information that we get. Dave, the update, that's what you're talking
Well,
about.
updated 2018
That's updated.
Okay.
to 2020.
Okay, it'll be updated, use that information then. Okay.
Correct.
Well, I have no further questions. Does anybody else?
All right, well, thank you. Thank you very much for your time. We're going to bug off and let you continue with your meeting, and obviously you'll be seeing us again, so thank you.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Good to talk to you.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay. There
Now,
will,
okay, we have one more thing to accomplish yet today.
yes, we had, while we were on our lunch break, I got the updated, I had mentioned the very first thing this morning that we will have a report due to the state for our spark spending. That's due on the 10th of February, and we received that report this morning from the accounting firm. And so there are absolutely no changes from the previous report because we had all our money expended. So I did email that to each of you, and I've got it in your, I can pull it up if you would want to look at anything. But there is the February 10th Marion County, it's called a CRF report, and then a change memo, and there were no changes. We've already expended all our funds. So it's really just if you have questions about anything, or it's basically just a simple approval needed from the board so that you're aware we're submitting this report.
I'm not getting. Wait. See what this.
It's pretty large, so it's, you might
You gotta
remember
click
seeing
on it several times, and then it'll ask you if you wanna open it.
I'm hooked up.
At least
Maybe that.
mine
Oh,
does.
you weren't, were you?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe that. Get it all. Well, do I hear a motion by anybody? Did they
Second motion to approve the CRF for the sparks.
Have a motion by Commissioner Garing, second by Dave Mueller. Couldn't tell which was one. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say the same sign. 5-0.
Okay, I appreciate adding that, thank you.
Well,
Don't have to come back this week.
Yay. Well,
last time we got in a hurry and then we had to come back and see you next morning, so.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second here, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5-0, we're adjourned.
It's same time Wednesday, 8 o'clock.
7:30.
7:30.
They're gonna try to give us shots at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
We're gonna do 400
Try to get
people.
Oh,
400
they moved, so they moved it up, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, you're only doing 200. You're trying to double them.
Good luck, guys. Good luck.
That's all I'm taking in.